Abby, you want to come out? Alrighty, alrighty. Hello, hello. What's up, y'all? What's up, what's up? The microphone wasn't wanting to connect, but I got it. So I'm sorry, I was a couple minutes late. Yeah. Boom. But we're good to go now. Good to go now. Let me fix this a little bit. For real. Oh, wait a second. Narrow, isn't it? This seems narrow. A little too narrow. But then that's too. I think there's a chat at the bottom too. All right, here you go. Do the introduction.
What you doing today?
I'm turning dot dot. I'm finishing these mermaids and turning dot dot. Yeah, so mermaids, nib holders, and dot dot.
All right, so diamond painting pens that we're doing for this week is a totally mixed up batch. We often set blanks aside, or I make extras. After 5 years, we've accumulated a lot of blanks. So every once in a while, I like to do a totally random drop for our diamond painting pens. So John has been working on those. He was working on them yesterday. So like you see, all of these are different blanks. So he was working on those yesterday. He was also working on these, which are going to be next week's pens, because we're getting ahead since we are leaving for Orlando in 1 week. Hi, Lawrence. Good morning. I hope you're having a good day so far. I still am like losing my voice a little bit because of all of the talking that I did in San Francisco. But yeah, okay, so diamond painting pens, because those have to be done. We're doing this week's and next week's for when we're out of town. And then we're doing our Orlando Pin Show specialty kind of this year, which are going to be mermaid inspired pins. So John they're all drilled and threaded. They just need to be finished being shaped. So these ones have been shaped, and then there are some that aren't. So half of them have this teal sparkly cap, and the other half have a coordinating purple sparkly cap. So fountain pen, dots. What else he said? He said maybe nib holders might be something today too. So those are similar blanks that I poured that are sparkly purple and teal. So we're going, mermaid themed for our show pens this year, along with a few of the Orlando sunset that we did last year. And I made some nib holder blanks for that as well. So John's got a busy day ahead of him. I am behind this week. So I've got to go in and do my packing this morning, and hopefully I'll be out here this afternoon sanding, because we've got a lot of sanding to do. But these are looking good. John's gotten pretty far on the diamond painting pens. You ready now? What's that?
Hopefully how I'm going to do the nib holder.
Trying new things.
Need a couple to try.
Just like random white, because I don't have any more of the skinny ones.
No, I want the skinny ones.
Well, that's all you got, and you can't try those.
We have two.
Well, where's the rest of the skinny blanks?
Turn.
Okay.
Right. Done. Prepped up and everything.
All right. Well, I gotta go get to work. I did my spiel.
Hey, good feeling. Thanks for coming in here and feeling everywhere. Yeah. Hey, Lawrence. How's it going, man? Getting an early start today. What do you think of that? What do you think of that, sir? Oops. Get this light on. There we go. All right. I don't know if this is actually going to work, so I got to try it out first. And if you wanted to see what I was doing, we'll see if it works before I do that. Yeah, hope everybody's doing well this morning. Getting an earlier start, at least on the stream. I'm usually out here by 10, so, in about 5 minutes. And then I don't usually stream until like noon or so. But with the kids being back at school, yes, that is so awesome. So awesome they're back at school. Let's get some tunage. Get some tunage. I hate getting set up for something that I want to try out, and then another idea pops in immediately. Oh my gosh. Come on, John. Get it together. Let's focus. Okay, we're going to write it down. We're going to do the cap offset is what I'm going to write down. Cap offset for let's see. I hope to be even more active on my other Instagram that I don't think is actually listed. So I'll type it in here right here. It's JL Maverick _ workshop. There we go. But Lawrence, dude, that's why I keep notebooks all the time. That's why I keep notebooks. Hey, Rhythm, how you doing? But I keep a notebook with this stuff. I write down all my ideas in here, and I always have a pen. And oh, I started from the wrong side. But yeah, I've got a 2024 notebook, and I've got I have a notebook that I write down my ideas, and I do them every year. I'll change it. So I have this notebook. It's I'll start writing, right? And then I've got my ideas that I got here. And then anything that I come up with, I'll just kind of write what it is and then throw it up there and go for it. And I'll also write randomly with random pens, and because this is the main paper I use. These are Odyssey notebooks. I would pull it out, but it's a real pain to actually get back in. So that's actually on the leather design part that could be a little different, I suppose. But yes indeed. Try to be a little bit more organized. Also, I'm going to go ahead and probably get some templates. That's right. That's another one of those things that I want to write down right quick. I love the creative space. I love my workshop. It might not look good to you, but my goodness, I love it. I love it. I come out here, do some of my best thinking. And if I'm not thinking, sometimes I'll sit here and be looking for something. But again, this is kind of like my sanctuary. If I'm not doing either of those things, I will, not wear out the creative space here. Yeah, I hear you on that, Lawrence. I hear you. I've gotten better. My memory is not quite the goldfish memory it used to be. It's gotten a little better. And that's actually by a lot of trial. When I started YouTube, I knew that it was going to be hard to remember the names. And so I had to think about how I was going to remember the names of people and be able to like know a little bit about each person. And because those are the things that I wanted to do to actually remember the person, it also stands out in a way that, I hope that it's appreciated at least, but if not, that's all right too. It's really no skin off my back if you don't care if I remember your name or not. But I do like to be able to do that, and it means a lot to me. So even if it doesn't mean much to you, I do my best to make it a point to learn a little bit about people who are at least engaging in the chat. So that's what I like doing, and it helps also build a little bit of that community. So let me write this down right quick before I forget. So pin idea. The pen idea is I was just going to show you how I came up with the way of creating that space for the clip. Show how to show how to show. No, show how to cut slot for clip. Boom. And then the other thing, it has escape. It's escaped. I don't remember what it was anymore. That's all right. I'll think about 10 other ones and I'll be ready to write it down. Oh man. Let's see. Hey, Big Mex, what's up, dude? You get set up yet? You get your lathe? I'm on your side, man. I hope that you get a lathe. I hope you have a good time from it or with it. Hey, new here watching your live, Mr. Bear. What's up, Mr. Bear? How you doing, man? It's good to see you. Good to see you. From India. That's cool, man. Cool. I've got a couple people that like to come hang out from India. Fellow pin makers, and one of them at least that I know of is an engineer, so pretty dang cool. And I mentioned it yesterday, but I love all the different types of backgrounds and people that come in and are interested in this type of stuff, because I don't think of turning as like you can come from any kind of walk of life and kind of level back out the playing field when it comes to like turning and stuff like that. So I find that super interesting. And you can obviously have some advantages depending on what your skill set is and what your background is and what you're skilled at doing, and then incorporating that into turning. So it's pretty darn cool when you have a lot of those things. So rock on, dude. All right, let me get Abby back out here. There was something that I meant for her to look at, but I forgot to. I forgot to say it. And I left the tab open so I would remember whether it was now or later. But yeah. Mr. Bear, I am a pen maker. So I turn pens, I turn fountain pens, I turn diamond painting pens, I turn nib holders, anything that's pens. That's kind of what I do. And my wife Abby, she is the blank maker and sanding polisher and the pretty face of our business. The shifter, yeah, everything. Ah, let me fall over. There it is. Okay, so there's this here, and then I clicked on it, then takes you to here, and then I'm like, nah, I don't want to do this. I got you for this. See, this is what I'm talking about. You do the logistics. You got the logistics. I Okay, here. Will you hold this for a second again? I need to go get my iPad so I can see the chat while I'm turning. Pardon me. I don't know if you're in view, so. Yeah, you're in view. Did you say anything?
No, I'm trying to read. I can't. I can't. I'm trying to read all this stuff.
Okay. Are we in? Are we in frame? I don't know if I'm in frame. Okay.
Gotta go take a picture of it.
Mr. Barry's asking, what are you doing?
Uh,
He's looking at one of the tabs that I had left to open because she does the logistics of the stuff.
I'll be right back. I gotta
Go away with my mic.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, business logistics. So while we learn this stuff together, she's the one that executes it, and this is a part of you know, kind of the structure that we've kind of built on. So yeah. All right, so I'm going to reposition this camera so you can see right down here. I'm going to do a taper turn. I'll explain a little bit more here in just a second. So hold on, we're going to go for a little ride. Yep. Here. Okay. Oh, that way. All righty. Sorry about that. Yeah, just a sec. There we go. All right, so you can see the metal lathe here. This is my metal lathe, and this is the live center here, which is a pretty cool piece of kit here. So it can be a regular plain Jane live center that will that'll make it so it's offset. And I'll show you here in just a second why that's going to be used. Now, before I get too far, you don't necessarily need to buy anything like this if your tailstock has an adjustment point here. Will you go back to the screen so I can see? There we go. So there's an adjustment point down here that allows you to move this little piece from side to side. So I didn't actually need to purchase this particular thing, but for the sake of not having to change that, this makes it easier. And it makes it so it'll just pretty much be set for the taper that I want every time. So I've done it before, and I just want to make sure that I still have everything set up how I would like for it to be in order to do what I'm trying to do. So I'm going to try one of these right quick. Actually, let's get a different one, and then I'll determine the taper on it. Huh, there we go. This is one that was questionable. Perfect. Okay, so this is the blank that I'm going to use there. Let me get the little mandrel that I'm going to end up using for this. Okay. All consolidated, moved around. So the other thing that I want to go ahead and do right quick. Will you look at that again? Okay. There we go. Now you can see a little better, huh? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and measure this because I don't want to taper the grip part, but I do want to taper the other. And for the sake of consistency, I want to go ahead and mark it where I intend on cutting it to, because I want to make sure that I'm not going to do anything with the grip. So this is generally 1.5 is kind of my target here. So I've got my mark. It's at 1.5 inches from the grip side that this pin is going to end up being. And I'm not going to actually use the mandrel in this case, or the bushing, I mean. So this is the bushing that I have for it that I could use, but I'm not going to on the first try here because I want to be able to hold it snug. But I'm going to leave about 1/2 inch out, and this is for science, so I'm kind of just recording what I'm doing. That way I can go back if I need to and see what it was that I actually did. Immediately you'll notice that so the blank is over here and the actual tip is over here, so it won't line up. I actually have to manually pull this over into the slot that I want it to be in. So I'm going to pull it over, have my tailstock set, lock this in. And so now what happened is that the blank is slightly tilted. So from here, what I hoped to do was be able to put this cutting edge on the back side here. And I had forgotten that I had to rotate this in order to accomplish that. So let's go ahead and do that. So this is a quick change tool post, which isn't necessary, and it doesn't come standard on all of the metal lathe carriages. However, I would say that it is absolutely worth like the $50 extra that it would go into the lathe here. What? All right, man. Right on. It's going to be a good long day for me, so I will see you around, my friend. Okay. So this is loose. I'm going to go ahead and adjust this, which I should have done before even chucking anything up, but I didn't. So I'm just going to turn this around. Maybe like this. Let's see where it puts us. We need to do a dry pass. So this obviously won't work. I have to rotate this around and put it on the opposite side. And my machinist friends undoubtedly will tell me that I'm doing it wrong. Or my machinist viewers, I suppose. Don't call me your friend. Let's see. Okay. Man. I don't want to mess with this one, but I think I need to. I thought I had two. Okay, these are the most common one, the 250 002. That's the most common one. And then you have one like this that's for a parting tool. It has a little camming lever in here that holds this blade. And then as you sharpen it, it gets shorter. You can advance it and so on. That's how that works. This one has a through hole that could potentially work. So we're going to see if I can put a piece in there. Thank you. What? Kevin! What's up, man? What's up, man? Now, I want to go ahead and throw this out there too. So this is a similar thing where what this does is it basically goes laterally here, or I guess if you rotate it, it could go up and down, but it goes left. Okay, my bad. All right, looks like we got audio again. I don't know what the heck, what happened? Okay, Bob. It's going good. Okay. All right, I apologize. So what I was saying is that I got this thing. This is a boring bar. Kind of. This has got a Morse taper too. You can load up a boring bar whether you want it in center or offset. You can obviously rotate this particular thing depending on how far offset you want it to be, which is pretty dang cool, I gotta say. If I recall correctly, this actually, yeah, this comes off. And it's just a little plate. Like, I don't know why I'd ever need to take it off, but I don't have anything that would connect to either this or that. And it's not like it has, wait a second. What if I put it on the, well, I mean, that wouldn't do anything, but I suppose I could put it on there. I don't know. I don't know. But we're not going to do it that way. We're going to use it for its intended purpose for now. But anyway, this is a boring bar that you can use for rings. It's a way to fine tune it. There's an adjustment in here, and it's 0.10 of an inch that you adjust at a time. And so you can keep an Allen key in there and just go adjust it as you need to. But we're going to try to put this in there, and hopefully that will work. Let me find the correct Allen wrench for this. There we go. So I've got the Allen wrench loosening up the little cam in here. So this is basically a 1/2 inch, but I actually haven't had great success putting a 1/2 inch piece into it. And then it being held tightly. Also, if you do happen to get the boring bar, all of these, to prevent rust, they all have plastic on them, and so that'll adjust the size and make it harder for it to actually fit in. So gotta get that plastic off here. There we go. See, it's got plastic, and if that's there, it's going to change the dimension or the outer diameter of this particular piece. And I've just never used this one, so that's why the plastic is still on. Really hope it fits. Because I'm thinking I can have it like this. This will come over here, and I'll be like, well, even that's not all fantastic, is it? Kevin, did you get on WoW last night? Did I see you on WoW? At least got on to BNet, I thought, but. Come on now. Now that you know of, I saw a clang come online, so I thought it was going to be you. Okay, so it goes in just a little bit, but why the heck isn't it actually going like all the way in? That's frustrating. So because it's not keyed, it does this. Or because it's got the flutes. It's got the flute, so I'm able to go. I thought I might be able to. Let's see. Come on, baby. Let's at least make it look like I know what I'm doing. Oh yeah, how's that? Gotcha. How's that going, man? I saw your advertisement on the for the lemonade. That's pretty cool. Nope. This is so frustrating. Well, if I can't use it, would it really hurt if I tried to drill it? Because the cam is loose, and it should just come through, but it doesn't want to. So I need to go get my drill. I will be back in view, but I got the mic with me. There you are. There you are, you little feller. Maybe a different idea could be my reamer, huh? I don't want to ruin it, but my goodness, I want it to work. Okay, here we go. Let's take this back. I'm going to put this on, lock it in. This is not necessarily recommended, by the way, so if you see me doing something that you're not comfortable doing, or you see something that looks stupid, just know that it might be, and I'm going to do it anyways. Yes. If you think start some corporate events, hey, good deal, man. Good deal. Okay, so where'd my little block go? There it is. So I need this side, so that's going to go there. Might be a bad idea. Like I said, it might be, I don't know. Maybe not. It won't be a bad idea if it works, would it? Okay. So we're going to be starting it a little slow, maybe even in reverse. By the way, this is a drill bit that I don't care if it gets messed up. So okay, so we're going to go in reverse, kind of see how we're looking. Go forward a little bit more. There we go. Okay. Oh. Look at that. Oh, okay, so it hit that. What caused that, though? Okay. WWMD. Man. Oh, man. Ah! Dude. Dude. You see that? See that? It worked. It worked. It did exactly what I wanted it to do. I love it when a plan works out. And see, I was going in reverse. I wasn't trying to cut it. I was trying to make the inner part cam. I was trying to make that go away. And so I used the bore diameter to try and pop it. And it ended up working just how I'd hoped. Okay. So now, I'm going to back this all the way back up. Okay. This actually needs to go in further. So this isn't quite ready yet, I don't think. Dang it. Almost there. Gotta put this back together again. Come on, Humpty Dumpty. Yeah, man. Trying to be your pin making needs Northern Star, you know? Okay. Now, I'm going to make sure that this is nice and loose already, too. Should be. Like, these are almost all the way out, so I don't know how else I could. Okay. Yep, that's not good for it. Did we almost get it, though? Come on. Okay. Come on. There we go. A little violent. Okay. Let's go the other way. Maybe I'll have to just drill it. It doesn't want to. It doesn't want to. All right, noted. See, there you go. If you were here just for a little bit of learning, you know that doesn't work for. It only works a little bit. I really thought that it would be a little better. Come on. Maybe it was enough. Oh. Okay. Plan C. get a stubby one. Okay. Now, let's put this on. Oh, that's gonna work. That's gonna do it. Yes. Look at that. I like it when the third plan comes together too. That's also nice. Okay, so I'm gonna put this back to basically center here. So I'm gonna kind of cheat and use this. Cheat, or is it just smart? I don't know. Let me find something that is, and this will be good enough for the purposes of this. I guess I just like taking that drill bit out. Golly. That doesn't need to be in place quite yet. Now this will get dialed in there. Okay. Okay. Make sure there's no flex. And make sure that we're flat. That will be good enough for what I'm doing here. Because I'm just rough turning the taper, it's going to get refined later on. And then refine. There. So it locks in. The problem I was running into is this was running into the chuck. You don't want that. So let's a little bit back to the drawing board. Okay, good. Make sure it's hitting a pretty flat surface. Okay, good enough. Used to say good enough for government work. Anybody heard that? Is that an expression that's used in any place other than the military? Okay, one more thing I've got to do right quick. Just find something that'll sit flat and perfectly in the jaws here. I'm going to make sure that the tool itself is the level I want it to be at. Looks like it needs to go lower. So when you're trying to lower it or balance it, not balance it, but level it, I guess, just take this main screw, or loosen the main screw, and then just use the knurled knob to do that. M-Team! Abby, sorry for missing her at San Fran. Oh, she's never going to forgive you. Just kidding. She was really, really busy, actually. Yesterday I had her do like a little bit of a cameo appearance talking about the show. So that was yesterday. Okay. See, now we can actually get close to the taper thing. Okay. All right. I think that I might have to use the mandrel. even though I didn't want to. I think I might have to. But we shall see. I'm going to have this sticking out. We're not going to use the mandrel or the bushing first, because this needs to go. Get out of here, you. This needs to go. Okay, so that's as far as I'm going to be able to go. Right? Nope, not even that. This is why you test. I'd only be able to go right there, so that's why I'm thinking I might need to use the bushing. Porch. Okay, so this is spinning. Still free and clear. So I guess I need to put that mark there. So 2 inches back is what it's going to end up having to be for my tooling that I've got at least set up right now. Yeah, that's where we're going to stop. Cool. All right. Game on. Game back on. Taper turning. So it's offset on purpose. And you'll see why here in just a moment. And so because I'm on the actual bushing and it's not threaded or anything, was that blank poured into the olive frog mold? It was not. This one was not. So I think I might have to clear off that just a little bit so I can get deep enough there. Okay. We're still not low enough. Slightly below center is where we wanted to be, and I guess I did not achieve that. Try again. Because see, even if it's off center, or yeah, as far as like midline goes from here to the tool or the cutting edge, it might be midline, but you want it slightly below so it can actually cut how it's supposed to. So I'm just going to do a little bit right here. That's pretty good. You know, lock that in place and then secure the nut here. Okay. And that's what I was talking about. I need to trim it down just a little bit to get it to where I want it to be. And then from there, then turn on the vacuum so we can collect that. Okay. Hands on the engaging lever. Disengaging lever. Boom. Then I'll back it off, turn it off, disengage. And then because this is on a mandrel, I don't have to actually take it off. I can just. Now we have our taper. I was gonna say, you heard their molds keep them straight as heck. Yeah, they do. But because it keeps them so straight, man, it makes it hard as well. It makes it really hard to get back out. So there. I don't think that this is going to be a better idea than what I was doing before. So that's a that's something. That's something indeed. What I was doing before actually is I would put this side into the collet. That way I could turn it, because when I'm turning between centers and I'm doing making it really thin on one side, what the problem is it likes to vibrate a lot and it creates a lot of chatter, and we don't like that. It makes it annoying to turn, and it also makes it annoying to sand. So that's not going to work. This ended up working, right? But I don't think it's the best course of action, we'll say. So we are going to not do it that way. If I had this flipped around, so I had this cutting edge over on this side, it would be pulling it along, and I didn't like the idea of that as much. However, when it is that way, you can see right here, it's able to get in because of the shape, because this is like a, you know, kind of a 45-ish degree angle that it would be able to run it the whole time. So this is better than this. I just don't want to reset this one up. Because I don't think it's actually, it will make it super consistent. Should I? Should I? What do you think? Should I do it? Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it for the sake of video, huh? Yeah, let's do that. No, this also wasn't locked in place. So a lot of things I didn't do correctly here, but it was a trial, so I wanted to see the gist of it, not perfectly executed necessarily. Okay, so we are going to, this won't take very long either. It won't be that big of a deal. But yeah, Kevin, what are you thinking about playing, man? What you gonna be playing? I have a mage, a priest, almost a demon hunter leveled up, and a hunter. Okay, so this is the configuration that I usually want it, because I want it to go as close as I can to the chuck here, and this would also be switched on the other side. But because we're doing it like this, I'm going to spin this around, and it's going to actually pull it. So hopefully this will work well. If not, well, back to the drawing board, I guess. So holding pressure on all of them. Tanking in the warlock. Well, paladin's really good. I think really you can't go wrong with any class or spec right now, because everything is so like there are obviously outliers that are just crazy pumping damage, but yeah, I don't think you can go wrong with any class, I'll be honest. Okay, let's try again. So we still have well, actually, yeah. So because this is there, I want to back this, or I want to move this forward and then back this up. That's what we're going to do. Hmm. How far can we go? That looks like it's about to hit. Yeah, there. Now we're hitting. So this is as far as we can go on the carriage. Go ahead and tighten this bad boy back into place. And when you're cutting, you don't want too much overhang, because if you think about this right here as like your tool rest on the wood lathe, if you think about it like that, you don't want too much overhanging, because it'll cause a lot of, if it's a hard material, it'll cause a lot of, it'll kind of lift up the back end here if this isn't perfectly set, and it'll cause this to kind of dip down a little bit. I'm sure you've overextended at some point with your tool on the wood lathe, and you had a catch that kind of yanked your tool upward on your backhand. Boom, boom, and boom. Okay, we're good. This is locked. This is. It should be at the correct level already. We're just going to hope that that's the case for now. Okay, that was a little bit stupid. Hopefully I don't need to readjust that, because I can't move it further back now. Come on, John. Think about this. Okay, let me actually do that. Yeah. Alrighty. So this is going to come this way. Ah, even worse. Son of a gun. Let me move it back. Machining is not my main thing, man. Figuring stuff out is my main thing. Okay. Now before we do it, we're going to go ahead and test that part. Yeah. There. So now we can actually move a little bit forward if we needed to, which is better than what I had before. So there. Pull it here. Let's see. Hey, Stanislaw. Hello. How you doing? Normally I'd have a cam facing my face and then the other cam looking at what my work is, but I didn't want to set the cameras up for that. Even though I've been here for a little while, but we'll be done here soon, hopefully. All right, so this will come all the way to here. Okay, so it looks like I'm going to have to use the little bushing piece anyways, which will make the quick changes a little easier, but okay, that's just going to stay in place. Now we're cooking with peanut oil. Is it oil or is it oil? Where did we hit? Okay, right there. Perfect. So that is the 1.5 inch mark that I initially had, I believe. Yeah. So for these, from this side, I'm going to measure it to where I want them all to be, and then I will note that. So we're going to put it at 2 3/4, and that is where my machine will, well, that's where I'll stop the machine, I guess. Yeah. You're able to keep up on YouTube. How do you like the new mandrels? That is a great question, man. I will do a little sidebar here to my other sidebar, to my other sidebar, and then I will give you some of my thoughts about it, because I do have thoughts about it, and based off of what I currently make, the thoughts aren't necessarily fantastic, but they're also not bad. I like that it's stainless steel and that stuff. Okay, so if I go to 2 3/4, go ahead and mark that on the ruler, that is. So 2 3/4, and then so from here to here is going to be for grip. Grip for nib holder. And the reason I want that space too is so you can do something a little fancy on the end, because that's what is important. You want stuff to be nice and fancy. Okay. All right, let's try it. Ready? I think we are. Everything locked in, set. This is snug, locked. This is only millimeters. This is only offset by 2 millimeters, and it creates this taper. You can offset it more or less depending on how long of a taper that you want. So this thing's pretty darn cool, I gotta say. Okay. Okay. It won't be turning too much, so there we go. That's why I didn't bother turning the vacuum on, by the way. So this is basically following the same trajectory. So for repeatability, this is pretty convenient. And then we're getting to the stopping point, and boom, we're set. Once we are set, the next thing to do is take that out. And if you're going to do something like this, from what I have already done in the past, you want to make sure that, well, I mean, you don't actually know how I'm doing what I'm doing, but this has a hole recess in it already, and it's got a center start basically in it. So that is why that's there, and then there's a like a recess in there, and that's where something is going to go inside. So yeah. Since this is set up, all I'm going to do right quick is crank out these and then move on to the other stuff. And then I'll come back to these so I can turn and shape the rest of them. But as for the new mandrels, man, it's good. They're pretty good. Let's see, where are they? They're over in my drawer set up over here. Oh no, they're not. They're on top. Okay. So I'll give you a little sidebar in a minute, but here it is. Got it. So all these were pre-drilled before. I just say that they're prepared. They were prepped. And then boom, boom, snug, locked. I'm going to back it off a little bit. We can take a little bit more off, but putting it back on is going to be a problemo. Alright, let's get it going. Need to measure. In the future, we're not going to do it like that. Here we go. Boom. Tapered. Done. But yeah, have you ordered the mandrels, or have you tried them or anything like that? Did you order them with the VIP package? Or the limited edition? Limited edition, that's what it was. VIP. I'm getting a groove here in a minute. And see, this is the stuff, you would only see the end result normally, but because you're here live, you get to see the struggle of figuring it out firsthand. Fortunately, I've got no shortage of ideas, so. Oh, I correct myself up. I'm going to go ahead and mark all of these so we can rapid fire these a little bit faster here. You got the standard M13 set? Right on. Okay. And those, and then these are the mermaid nipples that we've got. See what I'm doing? I'm just marking it. The reason I'm marking it is because I don't want the lathe to run into the jaws. Or I don't want the carriage to run into the jaws. Perfect. You just sliding on the mandrel? Yeah. It's friction, yeah, and also pressure. Because I've got it pressed hard between centers here. But yeah, pretty much. This is how I turn it. So this is just getting the uniform taper. And then from here, I'll go over the wood lathe and then actually shape the actual rip part of it. But all these measurements are probably going to flex. They're going to vary. Oh. That is so funny. I hate when that happens. I hate when that happens. I just ate something. I don't know what, but something. Oh, it was my Sharpie. Oh, I'll do a quick emptying, right? Whoop. When one thing's got to be done, it seems like everything's got to be done, you know? Why? Why is that? Maybe it's just people that like to do a whole bunch of things at one time, and then they take like a long break, and then they don't do it for a long time, and then they just all come do it at the same time. Maybe. Maybe. You know what's kind of sad too, Kevin? I still haven't really spent a great deal of time organizing. Telling me I have to try something all something. Come on now. That's what we do. That's what we do. Try stuff, you know? But yeah, this is a pretty neat little thing. Kevin, you've seen this before, haven't you? Pretty sure I've shown it off when I was doing, you know, other ones of these actually. You know what we need to do is get them lights up. Nobody likes them. Nobody likes what I'm doing. People just here testing the waters. I'm talking about this offset piece here. This little guy. Brian, look away. This is not the stream for you. Come back in like an hour. I'm just kidding. How you doing, man? It's been a little while. Hope you've been doing all right. I would ask you how you've seen a taper cut and how I should do it, but I found a way that works, and I don't know if I would want to change. I mean, it's not dangerous. I did all my measurements to make sure that the carriage wasn't run in, everything's locked in place, and all that stuff. So I at least thought about that the second time. I'm gonna go in just a little bit. Good to see you, man. Did you end up going to the other turning thing? Is that the SWAT? Good to see you, man. Hope you and the family are doing good. See, that tiny little bit made it quite a bit skinnier. That's it. Back it back off. We do want a little bit of play, or a little bit of area, a little bit to play with if you really wanted to. Oh, I don't know why I kept popping the tail stop. Come on, John. You talk about being all efficient and stuff, and you ain't doing that. You just leave this in place. Like that. Now, if I was to do this again, I would actually probably cant this just a tiny bit this way. That way that tip is cutting center and then kind of working its way out. But I didn't. I did it pretty much straight on. But I'll go back to the other configuration later on. Probably not even today, actually. This will be all I do on the middle lathe, I think, today, unless I have to make a quick piece or something. Oh, something else that was pretty awesome. I don't have a great example to show what the swarf looks like, but the swarf from this is really cool. So this is, I think it's a poly resin, and when I trimmed this, it looks so cool. It was, it has those marks, or the pattern, I mean, on the, on it. This is a tiny little piece. I'm gonna be able to see that. It keep having some. Oh Lord, don't click that. You know what I mean. All right, Brian, have you thought of anything that would be good for me to be using? Like a different design, a different mandrel, different product that you offer. Have you seen anything that I've done so far that would be good? Also, shoot, Brian, can you make a M10 by 0.75 mandrel? Like regular fountain pen type, but with the M10 by 0.75 thread. Turner's has the M9 by 0.75, but I need the M10 by 0.75. I've made one, but you know, I want to get a good one. That way, I can pretty much just use that forever. Oh, and another G-Wing sort of thing. I showed it before, but this, when you get, you know, some lathes like this come, and the tailstock, you can actually move it kind of left and right for that adjustment purpose, to make it centered. And you can actually exaggerate that instead of buying this piece here. I thought I was going to have to take the backsplash off in order to make this fit, because there was a knob that I did have to end up taking off. I didn't need it because I'm not going to adjust it. But if I did, it'd be kind of simple to do it again. On an M13 female mandrel, and then like a cap. Is that what it is? Yeah, like a cap. That thing keeps focusing back and forth. Is that annoying y'all? That it's focusing like that, back and forth? I'm not going to fix it now, but I see it. That's kind of annoying. Oh yeah, the cap mandrel is yeah, okay. I meant like, not the mandrel, the actual part. I should have clarified that. Like this, but M13, and then it goes into the cap. But what I'm saying is the cap basically is the cap, but you want it in a mandrel form, something like this, where it's bored out, and then you have the M13 that you can thread in. Yeah. I don't know if flying left or interior, or he's figuring out if he can do it or not. Might have to send him a message separately. He made a body that has no threads on the Interesting. So you're gonna like, oh, cool. I won't dig too much here. That sounds cool. Come on, vacuum, suck better. You know what else, man? What I keep thinking about? Oh, I keep thinking about this. But I wouldn't have the means to do it, but if I had the ability to outsource and somebody was able to make it, that'd be cool. If I was able to get like a different type of dip holder, like a different type of feed. So there's a couple different feeds that are on the market right now. But see, I think it would be cool as heck to have my own. And I was thinking, a little morbid, but what I was thinking actually is you know those knives that kind of spiral? They have the flutes. They are very aggressive knives. And what they're for is for impaling somebody with it and then having space for drainage, we'll say. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. There is a blade like that, and I was thinking that that could be pretty interesting if it was a let me just find it. This will be easier. Let's see. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? Okay, so this is what that looks like. This is a round spiral dagger, and the purpose of this particular one is when you stab a watermelon, the juice or the water from the watermelon would be able to come out because basically you just stabbed it with a drill bit in some way, you know, so it actually kind of carved out like a circle. And see, I was thinking about that. However, I was thinking for a little nib, a little tiny nib. Yeah. And for the record, if you were interested in knowing, I tried a screw. I tried to smooth the screw a little bit. I smoothed the tip of it, and then I dipped it, but it wouldn't flow at all. So it could be a variety of things, like the different surfaces or the different textures that's on it, or I don't know, the ink, or I don't know. But for whatever reason, it didn't work, and I'm not surprised, because when you dip a pen down, the ink is like ready, and so when you touch the paper with the tip, with the nib, then it causes the capillary action from the paper, and it like basically pulls the ink from the nib itself. So that didn't happen when I used a screw, but I think it was potentially because there were too many threads, and they also were more horizontal rather than vertical. So yeah, there's that. Let me go grab another one that I can kind of show you where, I guess, what I was looking at or for. But Drillog is a Japanese company that makes some super awesome ones. Can I have a Kakamori too?
Kakamori?
Yeah, can I have a Kakamori? And where'd the other dip one go? The other cat one that I put. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So there's also, what's the shuttle made by? Colorverse. So there's 3 specific ones that I know of. And let's hop over here right quick. So I can, actually, this will serve the purpose. So here we go. This is one of the nib holders that I've got. And this is a Kakamori. Excuse me. This is a Kakamori stainless steel. And when you dip, it fills up these little flutes, right? And then when you write, it will, the paper will kind of pull it from these channels, but it won't go faster than the paper will allow it, which is crazy, which is really neat. But one of the problems is the tip on the harder metals is very scratchy. And so the way that you normally write with this type of pen is not straight up and down, it's more tilted. And when you can kind of see that the profile here is rounded, so you can actually get much different layers when you're writing. So if I was writing like straight up and down, you get the fine point, but if you tilt it to the side, you can get a lot, and then if you go even more to the side, you can do a massive amount. So people like to use these for swatching. Basically what swatching is just getting some of the ink, and then you just kind of spread it out and then see what happens on the paper, and so you can actually see what the ink looks like. Now this one, on the other hand, is a little different, and this is one of my, I made this like 3 years ago or something like that. But yeah, this is a capped nib holder that is for a Drillog, and so the Drillog nib holder has a little bit more horizontal of a feed, but then it goes to the conical part here, which is basically straight up and down. So the design of this one, the design of this one is like that, and it works quite well. So I would want somebody to machine something like this with their own design that would allow for good amount of feed with a decent amount of writing, because you can see kind of how long this is. This is a little bit longer than some people would probably like, and but that's not necessarily always true, especially for like left-handed people. They like that it kind of extends a little bit further out, that way that they're not smearing when they're writing across. So that's a consideration for both. Fortunately, my daughter is left-handed, and I can actually try these things out with her, because I don't really write left-handed. It's not normal for me, and I don't know how people normally write left-handed, just like they wouldn't know necessarily how I would write right-handed. So when I think about it, I think that is a part of why they like the extension as far out as they do. But this is a triple lead cap. The cap is in the works, kind of a prototype. But I could easily make it to where this would just post on the back. I just need to drill further with a little bit larger of a drill bit. But yeah, this is the drill log piece that I was talking about. Brian, if you're still here, man, this is what I was thinking about. So would this piece be machined by a Swiss lathe, or is this something that would be able to be machined by, I guess, another CNC? I don't know. But I made the threads. I put it in here. Now you have a custom dip pin. And also, I want to say that, one, somebody sent me this drill log tip, this nib, by the way. And so I was extremely grateful that they did that. And I said, hey, when do you want me to get it back to you? And this was 2 years ago. She's like, just hold on to it for now. And so, you know, I love people like that, man. It's so much fun. She sent me something that she wanted me to make. She wanted me to design a pin around this, and so this is what I ended up, you know, making. And you know, I think it's pretty cool. There is, like, all this is solid in here. I only drilled to about, you know, about there, because this tip doesn't stick out too far. Or it's not too long, I mean. And then I threaded it. But yeah, this is way cool. But I'd want to be able to make something like this and have it be like, you know, a Maverick thing. So I'm going to have to text Brian on the side, I guess. He's at work. He's actually working, not playing around with pins. I love you, man. You the bomb. But yeah, those are the two different holders I've got right now. And then, as you can see, the ones that I have made recently are quite a bit smaller, actually. And that serves a variety of purposes too. So one of the reasons, is because I have turned long ones, right? I've turned long ones, or longer. I've got a really long one in there somewhere. Let's see it. If it's close to the surface, I'll find it. If not, well, you ain't getting those 10 seconds back. But anywho, I have made longer ones, but they vibrate a lot, and that's kind of how I got to the point here of this size. So you have to think about it as having a Kakamori nib in it, because that's what it's just fit with a actual holder. But that'll fit in, you know, pretty much like this. And then when you measure the overall length, you want it to be on par, at least, with other pins. So this ends up being about 6 inches. So just under 6 inches is what this ends up being. And I find that that's just a great all-around size. Some people like longer, some people like thicker, some people like shorter. However, I would say that about 5.5 is like the perfect length. So 5.5 is what I go for with my regular pins. It's also what I go for with the nib holders. And you know, the considerations that you have to have is, I always say this, but listen, if you're making something, you have to think about the end user. Have to. And what I did here is I made them about the same size, because when people collect stuff, they put them somewhat co-located with their other things. People like to combine like items, you know? And if you made it too long, it would stick out of their case, and they probably wouldn't actually carry it around, or they wouldn't use it, or something along those lines. So always think about your customer or your client or your wife, if that's who you want to use it. If I made stuff for just my wife, I wouldn't have a very good variety of things to offer. So there's that. But this is her favorite one, and people have tried to buy it from her many a times. So if that's an indicator to you that maybe if you're going to make a nib holder, maybe it should look a little bit like this, or something like that, or just make a nib holder, or something along those lines, you're welcome for that. That's a part of the pin shows too, man. That's a part of the pin shows that when we go to pin shows, we do pay attention to stuff like that. What people are interested, what people are buying, what people like, what colors they like, what presentation they like. And if you're not doing that, then you're just making pins for yourself, which there's nothing wrong with that. Let me be clear, there's nothing wrong with that. However, you kind of still need to think about people. So, for example, one of the biggest culprits I've seen is when people make diamond painting pins, and they just put bumps throughout the entirety of the thing. And it just reminds me when I was in school, and you have like a smooth stick and you have the ribbed stick, and you rub it across, it goes right, right, right. That's what I think about. And imagine holding that like a pen for hours. Like, is that comfy? Would that be comfy? I don't know. I don't think so, but you know, it might look cool. And there are people that buy stuff because it looks cool. So don't let anything I say necessarily deter you from trying something out. I would absolutely encourage you to try any idea out that you've got. Just be prepared for feedback, whether you want it or not. Because people have opinions, and they really like to share them with people. I guess I'm not innocent entirely in this case, but everybody's got their own flair. And you know, I'm trying to just give you, I guess, show you my flair. That way you can kind of take it, run with it, and make it your own. So that is what I want you to be able to do, my friend. All 24 of you in here. Let's see. You think you got into this convo at the wrong point? Ah, never, never. You were here just in time, man. Just in time for me to recap what I just talked about. I'm just kidding. Only a little bit, though. But yeah. By the way, I'm done with this, so I'm just going to reconfigure this little guy. And the quickest, laziest way I have found is like this. So I'll close these. I'll actually also put this on, because this is what I actually care about it being straight with. So this, lock that a little bit better here in a little bit. So we're going to withdraw this, have it not too far out. Hold it in place. and lock it in. I do the front and then the back, and then I do the middles. The middle two. I don't think it actually makes a difference, but just keep it in place, and once you have it set, shouldn't really need to mess with it. As long as you keeping with the same project, I guess. But taper turning, it would potentially be worth me buying just this piece, another one of these pieces, because I already have more of the bars, but I don't have more of this particular part here that is what holds the cutting edge. Like, I've got a lot of different bars. I've even got, you know, a pretty nice insert here too to do carbide cutting. Did Abby get her coffee today? Yeah, man, she did. She sure did. You are the bomb, diggity. Appreciate you. All right, so what I'm doing is, all I'm going to do is kind of get this close and do a couple touches. Make sure it's settling in the spot. And then I will pin it. And then get my wrench and lock it. So I'm holding the wheel back here. And it's rolling in to that. So pretty cool. This is pretty cool. Reconfiguring this and being able to reconfigure this is pretty cool. Doing tapered turns is not like super magical, but it is something that I found out less than a year ago, probably a few months ago actually. So I have not been privy to tapered turning on a metal lathe like this. Now, initially I thought I could tilt this and it would work, but it doesn't because I'm stupid. But what would have to happen is that this one, this slide here would be the one that would have to move. So it would have to move like this in order to get that tapered. And when you get to like big lathes and stuff, they do have ones that you can, you know, kind of, you have a lead screw down here that runs the carriage, you know, left to right. There is another one that will make this one run, you know, the angle that you have it preset. So pretty cool if you ask me. And if you didn't ask me, it's still cool. But yeah, don't be dumb like I was and think that that would work. Because all I did was trim it down, and it's like, well, you're a moron, John. Have a get her coffee. It was for her, not you. Right on, right on. Well, she likes to share. She likes to share. You might be back later. Right on, man. Have a good one. I'll see you around. Thanks for stopping by and saying hello. All right. So before I lose all my Allen keys that go to my ring boring bar thing, I'm going to put them back. But yes, so these are at the next step. And I didn't need the boring bar. But yes, here we are. These are the ones that we just taper turned. So all the tapers are about the same. There's really only one that was skinnier because I adjusted it. And then the very first one that I started with. So there's two that are going to be a little skinnier, which is not a big deal. This one was a tester anyways. I'll probably still turn it, but there might be a pigment pocket in this one that it won't work out. Let's see. The other thing I was going to show you is that I have done a lot of tests. So all of these were tests to figure out how I was going to do this. Yeah. So if you're not testing your processes like a lot of times for consistency's sake, then you probably should reevaluate your procedure of R&D. Because I think these ended up pretty cool. So you can kind of see what I did here. So these, you can kind of see that this is tapered all the way down, and then I basically just turned this part. And the reason I went ahead and did that, because it gets thin here, and then it starts to rattle, but towards the mandrel side, it'll keep it tighter, and it won't have to move around as much, so you can actually get your details in there for the different types of grips that you want to go for. So this is an interesting one. It's pretty straightforward. Like there's not too much wazoo about it, which some people appreciate. Some people like the more intricate. This is actually my favorite grip. I would bring it back just a little bit more for what I would like most. Like this one. This is actually perfect for what I like. So it's got a piece that sticks out or drops down there. And so when you think about it, your fingertips are putting the pressure on the end. And so when you're writing, you're pushing down. So you're squeezing in and pushing down. And so this makes it easier to facilitate that. And then the back end is kind of where the meat of your finger is, kind of distributing the load of the pressure. So you have a little bit more surface area of your finger in contact with the pen, which gives you more control, as opposed to, not that one. Well, just imagine that this is straight, basically. If I hold it like this, it really is pretty much just my fingertips on it, right? And it's comfortable enough, sure, but it's not optimized. And I like to do my best to make the most comfortable thing that I can. This is a Purple Heart one. I wanted to see if I could do it on wood. And guess what? I can. Let's see, what else have we got in here? Oh, there's that long one that I was talking about. There it is. There she is. So this one was actually a real pain to turn because of how long it was and how skinny it gets. And I don't have any way to support it when I'm doing it. So basically I'm just turning between centers like I do all my diamond painting pens. And then I have to go back and I have to really sand it quite a bit to get that. And it also reduces the amount of details you can do because of how vibraty it is when you're turning. So you get a lot of chatter. But again, I like the grip. This one, this particular shape compared to this shape, it's still got a similar dip down, but it's flatter, which means that your hand is closer to the end of the pen, which will give you even more control. This is for somebody who likes to hold it a little bit further back. This is for someone who likes to hold it a little bit further forward. So those are kind of the ideas that I have behind the designs that I've been making here. So I think about comfort. I think about production aspect of it. My goodness, that was painful. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, taper turning thing, pretty cool. I think it was like between 50 and $100, and yeah, I'd probably sell one of these. I think these are around about $100. So one of these, bought one of these essentially. Okay, that's how I do my dude math. Dude math. How many pins does it take to get that? Is it dude math, or I guess it's just pin maker math, huh? But I got a nice little place over there for it that I really like it. I like it. You don't want to see this. Don't look at this. Where are all my old folks? Where are my old dudes? Maybe that's why there isn't much typing engagement. They're just old and typing slow. And you're just like, the hell with it. I'm just ribbing, y'all. Just ribbing. When I go into a live stream, I can't type fast enough. So I guess I just imagined that was not just me. Because the rate that I speak about things is not necessarily the greatest way to have conversations, I suppose. However, if you're here for the rambling, I got you covered for sure. I got you covered, my friends. Hey, Kevin, did you see our show pin for Florida? I don't think you were in that stream, but it was, I also showed it yesterday, but it's, I think you were here when somebody asked what my magnum opus was, though. My greatest pen that I ever made. The greatest pen ever was or ever will be. All right, get back. I'll let you close. There we go. There we go. Kevin, see? You're still up in the corner over there. Let me go this way. There you go. That's you. I got that for you, by the way. I wanted to make sure I had Kevin here, even if he wasn't here. You're like my spirit animal, man. You keep me excited about continuing. You're a good friend because you're supportive. Ben's a good friend. I don't know if he's in here. But Lawrence, good friend, supportive, encouraging. I don't need you to know more than me. If you do, that's also fine. But, you know, just encouraging, and you got different ideas that I can quickly do, no problem. Absolutely give them a whirl. But yeah, I am very grateful for the people that have been gathering in the stream for the most part. I think there's only been like maybe 5 people that I was like, nope, don't want you around. I told Abby she had nice bobs. Nice bobs. Come on. Come on. It's very unbecoming. The lad. I gotta say, I do have a little bit of the jitterbug right now. So if you see me like shaking, a little bit caffeine. It's not a medical condition yet, I suppose. If I start getting heart palpitations and sweating and getting a little lethargic, then I have a problem, but you know, that's not where we're at. The other thing I was going to say is, if you really wanted to, this would be another really cool use for taps and dies. of various sizes, and they can be single start because it doesn't matter at all. But if you took one of those pins, so you could take your 5.5-inch pin, that's the size that you wanted it to be, from the blank, right? Because the nib itself will add another 1/2 inch or so. But if you have the blank and you want it to be 5.5 inches, cut it at like cut it at about 4 inches, and then throw an accent band in there. But for that other little part, so you'll make the blank shorter, so it'll be easier to turn. Then you'll have another piece that will connect to it that you'll be able to put the final touches on, and boom, now you have a nib holder with an accent band, and it has an end as well that could be a different color. It could be complementary to the ink. It could be the way that you put different inserts in. Like, so many options, man, and it's exciting. And I wish I could do them all, but I have to pace myself because I have a lot of spinning plates. I got a lot of things going over here, and then a lot of things going over here, and so that doesn't leave a lot of room to try out stuff over here. But I did, while I was not streaming and Abby was gone, I did a thing. I was doing some prototyping and whatnot, but I'm really hoping that it's going to work. And if it works, then maybe I will share what it is. But if it doesn't, well, actually, if it doesn't work, I'll share what it was. And if it works, well, you'll see it. You'll see it available for your, for you, if you wanted it. Yeah. What else we got? Those nib holders looking good. This is actually where I was starting when I started doing the tapered turning, and then I got smarter because it works, right? It works. But I wanted a jam chuck kind of thing that had a like an angle. So come on, John, do the angle. There we go. So I wanted something that had like a chuck, kind of like a Morse taper too. You know how you use the chuck and you put it in like this? You go like that, boom, it goes in. I know you didn't see that, but just imagine me putting a Morse taper 2 into the tailstock. That's what I did. So that's kind of what I was thinking I wanted. I wanted a little jam chuck kind of thing. And I made a few hoping that it would work. And it did, but it's not like, you can kind of see I made one here, but the intent was for me to go ahead and do this side. Like, I'll have the taper perfectly cut, right? The taper's already done on this side, so I don't need to do anything else with that. And then this is what I put into the other jaws, and then the intent was to have it locked in there, and then it will spin, but it also has enough surface contact to rotate this while doing that. And it works. It does work. But I think I found a more efficient way than this. So, yeah. But still, really, so on one side it's like that. On the other side, you could use it, I guess. But you're going to have to potentially consider the ring that it might leave if you don't have a good enough taper on the inside of this. So you can kind of see it's going in like that. I used a drill bit first, and then I opened it up more with a reamer, a tapered reamer that is gone. Oh, yeah, I don't care. it doesn't matter that much. A reamer, a tapered reamer is how I was able to do that, and it got really, really hot. So I'm sure there are better ways to do that I don't know of. Also, I tried these. I tried to do these because I thought that the taper would be pretty good for that, but again, it was not, because it wouldn't. The one that I wanted to use wouldn't go deep enough based on how wide it got. So I tried to use a smaller one, and then it just didn't have enough surface contact, and it's also like a stair step, so you'll create that not so much going in, but when you stop going in, it'll leave that stair step in there, and so it will give it more points of contact, but it still has a very small surface. So the edge that would be in contact with the part that you're trying to turn, it wouldn't be gradual enough. And that's why I did the reamer. The reamer actually did work pretty well. And then that's when I looked at something else and then got a better idea and then continued that. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. You've been making lots of pins? You turned a pin, found out how awesome it was, and then now you're a convert? Converted over? I'm just kidding. All right. But I do have forever pencils as well that I'm going to be doing, which is going to be pretty key. Yeah. And yeah, that's kind of what I used to do with the tapered turning. Living the dream? Will not be turning pins. Oh man. You know many who do. Yeah. I hear that. Certainly no shortage of pin turners, huh? I just like them. I just like them because there's so much history too behind pins, and that's what I really like about it too. Is that pins have been around for a long time, like a really long time, and there's so many different variations of pins and mechanisms and ink delivery systems and like yeah, there's just so many different things. Like some of the pins were created for like for World War II, people that were on the ground and out and about, and that's a part of why I was looking for a waterman commando, because my grandfather was in World War II, but he did not have a commando pin. But they do. You're telling me? Oh man, I forgot what I said already. This is why it's a problem talking too fast. I don't know what I would be responding to sometimes. But yeah, my bad. But it'd be cool. Do you know of any other turners or pin makers that are streaming? That's a question I got for you. I've heard actually, well, Turners, Chad, he did the series of bespoke pin making. RJB, he's a rock star at pin making. I think Reese's Pieces, maybe. I haven't watched much of his stuff, but I did see his stuff at a show from a retailer. So that's pretty cool. He did some networking there and got himself into that, which is pretty awesome. Let's see. Who else? There's a few on... Oh, okay. Should I be on TikTok, Kevin? Is that where I should be? Should I be on TikTok? I can multi-stream. Like my horizontal stream that I've got going on right now, I've actually optimized the cameras for vertical. However, I do have a horizontal that I will be using if I needed to get like certain footage. So basically YouTube is storing all that data for me. And then if I want that particular video, I can clip that part and then download just that part. So I don't have to take up a whole bunch of storage space on my computer. At least that was the thinking about it. Because from OBS, you can actually direct it to, like, I could be recording my stream, but because I have YouTube and I'm streaming on YouTube, they have massive servers that just store all that for a period of time at least. And yeah, so when I stream, I'm actually making 2 videos at the same time, because one's the vertical, one's the horizontal, but I don't actually put the horizontal live because, well, it doesn't attract as many people is really what it is. The vertical just gets more people because most people are sitting on their phone or a different device. So these are the, again, if I'm thinking about the end result, then you have to start thinking about who is actually consuming the content they're creating. So I think it's important for me to offer value to y'all. That way you can, you know, have a good time, gather some information, get some ideas or some inspiration, a little bit of know-how, and, you know, be able to feel like you didn't just spend like 7 hours watching a dude make a pen. Like, at least that's what I think. I think I'm offering value. If not, my bad. I'm not going to change what I do, but for the person that I am not helping, sorry. Let me know how I can help you better. Yeah, that'd be good. See, there's like 4 that you come across. Oh, that's right. There is one dude that was doing wood on kit pins, and he was like explaining the wood as he did the video. He was doing a good job. I think I messaged him once. And it was about his procedure. Because I guess I'm an asshole. Like, why you do it like that? That doesn't make sense to me. Which sounds offensive on the surface, but that's not what I was going for. It's like, I don't understand what you're doing there, or why you're doing that. But again, you could probably look at how I taper turn, you'd be like, WTF, mate, why are you doing that? So, I didn't actually say that, by the way. It was more of a casual, I'm interested in knowing why you did that. I don't understand. It wasn't like an interrogation sort of thing. It wasn't like a, you moron? Because I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I don't know. And I like it that way. But that won't stop me from trying to figure it out or learning about it. You know, those things. All right. That's done. This is happening. Kevin. Kevin, check this out. Boom. Let's hop over here. That way I can actually at least make it look like I'm going to start working here soon. Okay. Check these out. These blanks look so cool. They're so bright. That's not really what I'm showing you, but every time I look at these, it makes me happy. But check this out, dude. This is that prototype from a long time ago I think it was probably about 8 months now. You remember when that person came in and asked me if I had ever heard of the parallel pen? And I said, yes, I actually have a pen, but it was still the blank. It was still kind of in blank form, but it still had the holes and stuff. Not in picture. What? Oh, but yeah, check this out. So a little bit of inspiration from the nib holders that we're making. We put little ends on them, and then the parallel pin. Bow, chicka, wow, wow. Check that out. That way people can buy the parallel pin sections, and bada bing, bada boom. Now you got whatever you want. You can put whatever you want, size-wise, of parallel pin into this. Which is why I was hoping Brian was still around, because that's why I need the piece that I need, but I do also have backup plans. So, yeah, you like that? Super simple. Super simple. The parallel pin, by the way, if you were interested in trying to do some yourself, shit, I should probably make an affiliate link, but this is what it is. So it comes like this. This one isn't open yet, so it's got a little open tab here. Open. Okay. Seems like we're picking up the pace with my speech, so I apologize in advance because I start getting hyped up. All hyped up on Mountain Dew. You know what I really, really hate? Like, I hated it so much that I just ended up having to laugh at it because I like collecting them, and it's knives. So I like collecting knives, but what bothered me is that for the packaging of the knives is you need a knife to open it, and then you're trying to get it, but you need a knife, but the knife is in the package and you can't open it. It's a very, very interesting cycle, I would say. But anyway, this is the parallel pin if it ever comes out. There we go. And so this is, oh yeah, it also comes with this, which is pretty cool. I'll show you what this is here in just a moment. But yeah, this is the standard parallel pin that people have actually been doing quite a bit. So when people imagine cursive or they think of fountain pens, I don't know why, but for me personally, I think about Old English text. Like, if you don't know what Old English text is, it is like this. This is the font, like Old English text. And when people think about fountain pens, they think about that. At least I do. I'm not the only one, but yeah. Anywho, I thought this would be a pretty awesome thing because that comes out, and then you have a section. Now, to be clear, anyway, I did make a section separately where basically I took the nib out and put it into the other thing, the nib and feed, right? So I did do that before, and then made it as I would my other sections, and it worked okay, but there is a plastic piece in here that if you were trying to use one of the inks that come with it, what you would end up having to do is pre-puncturing that before you could stick it onto my other section. Because it sits there, right? This is how the ink goes on the feed there. But actually, it'll be easier to see maybe right like this. you can see maybe, I don't know if you can see there's like a little inner part here that will puncture the ink. And so I was like, you know what? I think I'm just gonna build it around the section, because that would make it so people can easily change it, easily use these types of feeds. But yeah, so the parallel pin is that. Now, one of my other potential things that I got to be mindful of too is that I'm going to have to grease the threads most likely if you wanted to use it as an eyedropper. Because these threads are M10 by 7.5. So I use the same drill bit, but I use a smaller threads per inch, TPI. So yeah, so I'd have to grease this potentially, or put a ring inside. So I haven't quite figured everything out yet, but I am getting closer as far as making it a eyedropper, that is. Now this is how you clean it, and it also connects to that same thing that punctured, which is again why I left it the way that I did. But yeah, this is just, you pump it to suck in water and also push water back out, because you want to get the ink out of that if you're changing ink colors, for example. Let's see. In the packaging of the parallel pin too, like, we would price this in a certain way that it would cover the cost of the parallel pin itself. That way you can choose what size that you wanted, and then it would go with you, because they offer between like, I want to say it's like 2.5 or something like that millimeter to 6 millimeter, and it comes with it comes with two things. It comes with obviously the other pin that you could use, sure, because I don't want it to be a mystery. I'm not trying to take away from Pilot at all. What I'm trying to do is just enhance, because this is boring. It's a great shape. I like the shape, but it's boring. So I just wanted to make something else, and this is way cooler, at least in my opinion. However, it will cost more, because designing and making and, you know, stuff like that. But it also comes with a little sheet. This is a little, you can even see it. Wow. Oh, sorry, that's because it wasn't a frame. There we go. So this is a little sheet here, and that goes between the tines, basically. And so if you use an ink that has like glitter in it, or a shimmer in it, you'll run into this problem most likely, to where it'll get caked in here. And this is basically so you can move it around and get it moving again. But yeah, this is a 3 mil, by the way, and also one of my testers, even though it was a brand new one. I didn't need to do that, but I did it anyway. So we'll continue with the whole testing aspect of it. Let's actually, hold on. Let me move on to these right quick, and then I'll come back to that. So these are parallel pins. These are all threaded for the parallel pin. Now, the other interesting thing that you could do it, is you would make your sections M10 by 0.75, and if you were to make your sections like that, they would also fit into this. You would just need to measure the section of the parallel pin and make sure that the section that you're making, including the nib, would fit inside. So you might have to adjust the length of the section in order to facilitate that. But that's just a little gee whiz add-on that you could do. but I'm not going to do that. At least not right now, as I'm, still trying to figure out some things and kind of figure out where people are as far as like interest in this. But this, I'm thinking I might need like some way to seal the inside, like with some grease or something on these threads. That way you thread it in, and now you got your pin. Also, I made these like that. They can post. And really, to make a pin post, all you got to do is determine how deep you went in with the larger bit, right? You got to determine how deep you went with the larger bit, and then you'll bring that. So this inner diameter here, I'm going to make the outer diameter of the barrel that size. So just like when you're cutting the sections to make it about 12, this is how you would do that. So you would gauge to how far you want the cap to be. So you can actually see, I don't know if you can see that little line. I'm going to have a better example. No, that's going to be the best one. That's going to be the best one. But I'll show you. I'll just mark it right quick. Kind of guide your eyes into what I'm talking about here. So this is generally the line. So this is how deep I went with the larger drill bit. And so that's how deep I wanted it to post. Or not quite that deep, but almost that deep. So the way that I did that is like this. So you kind of measure it before you shape the barrel. You measure it, and then you just kind of put a mark. I would put a mark right there, and then know that I needed the taper to be like that. So if the inside of this is, we'll just say for the sake of ease here, we'll say that it's 13 millimeters because I still used a triple lead M13. And I use a 12.5 drill bit to do that. I need to make sure that this right here is measured, which is 13. I need to make sure that where I want it to stop, it tapers to 13 mil. And that's how it will stop. So this one doesn't go all the way. So you can see that there's probably about a good 5 mil there. So that puts it about right here inside. So we can verify that. So boom. That's actually where this one in particular is sitting, on the inside. And then if you wanted to take it even a step further, and you wanted to make the end even skinnier, or the overall profile of the pin more drastically tapered, then what you could do is you would determine what actual size you wanted the barrel to be, and then you would drill into the cap to make it open up a little bit more, and you could potentially sink it all the way down. The reason I didn't sink it all the way down, I'll do some turning eventually, I promise. But the reason you wouldn't sink it all the way down is because if I did sink it all the way down to where the hole is, that would put it about right here, right? So it will put it about right here, and if I'm holding it, it would have this part rubbing on the web of my hand. So people would be less likely to post it. But here, it's just far enough back to where the edge here doesn't touch your hand. But if I was to do it in a different way or make it shorter overall, I would make sure that it fits in this gap here. So that's what I would end up doing. But so you'd have to know the size of people's hands in order to make that happen. But further back, I know that my hands are larger than average. So if it works for me, I know it's going to work for other people with smaller hands. Yeah. Anywho, that is that. All of these are the same. Pretty much. Except for this one, which I decided to do a rounded top and a flat bottom. You know what they say about flat bottoms? Make the world go around. At least something like that, right? But yeah, this is... My other problem with these threads is that they're pretty small. And so I was also thinking about maybe like just a metal collar to make that happen. Why isn't that going in? No, I was not using my man hands. Okay, so there is that. I always like to do a drop test too. Make sure you know, it doesn't break or anything like that. So boom, there you go. Now you have a round top, flat bottom, which I might actually go back and not do it that way. But you know, this one I didn't actually measure. I tried to eyeball it, and I did a mediocre job. It posts, right? It posts. It's still out of the way, but it posts a little higher than I would like. I'd like it to be a little bit more like that. So another 5 millimeter or so is where I'd like for that to be. But still, same thing. Yes. Either way, I think the parallel pin is dope. Let me, let's see. I'm not going to use this one, but I will use the other one. Yeah, let's do some writing samples right quick. You cool with that? Y'all cool with that? Little writing sample. I mean, initially I modeled this one a little bit more like that one. Just a little bit. Because I did like a little shoulder here. And then the threads. But I like the other way better. Because it makes the cap have to be a little longer in order to do that. You can see that the cap's a little bit longer to facilitate that extra little bit here that is not threaded. Can you see this? Focus. Well, hopefully you can see it, because the threads are here, and then the other part, the flat part, is here. And I did that. I tried this out because I was making my own section, and it was going to be shorter. And so I was like, well, how can I make it a little bit longer? And so I just moved the threads back on the barrel a little bit, so you have more smooth surface. So again, tons of things that you can do. Tons and tons of things that you can do. And for the record, this is single start. So people that say they can't do a custom pin, dude, go buy an M10 by 0.75 and then parallel pins and make the heck out of them. And I would be willing to bet that you would get some sales. As long as your price was you know, reasonable. And the craftsmanship element of it was also reasonable. I didn't say great. I didn't say good. I said reasonable. Okay? So, there. I want to make pens, but I can't because triple leads are so expensive. Don't ruin my grits, man. Jose, what's up? What's up? You caught me at the tail end of a rant where it was starting to get a little bit more gloomy, we'll say. But yeah, all this is about the parallel pin and has been about the nib holder and the parallel pin so far. Okay, what we're going to do is show you how it works, I guess. So let's get black because that'll absolutely show up. I don't have to worry about it maybe not showing up. This one already has a little bit of red in it, but I don't care. Because this is my tester, I'll have to go clean it later, but whatever. So I have enough space for the standard ink refill to be in there, but the actual section holds the refill quite nicely too. So I didn't need to make it like perfectly fit. Now when you use my pins, you can't just screw it on and expect it to puncture it, because I make it so you can put other types of ink refills that'll fit the parallel pin. So I wanted to make sure that it had enough space to facilitate both the one that came with it and then the other. So this goes back to the whole design aspect of it all. But here you go. So this little piece that I was talking about, if I try to puncture the ink like this, it won't actually reach. It doesn't go far enough because it stops it. It stops it. It stops it right there. So it won't go any further than that. And you can press it down, but you're going to mess it up. So in order to bypass that, I just left this in. And then this, I hold the end, but the actual puncturing spot is in you can hold the plastic no problem. Or the clear section part, no problem. So you just push it in, and then that punctures the little bladder, and then you can see, I'm going to give it a little bit of a squeeze here, so you can see it going up, right? You can see it going up into the fins here. Come on. It's going up into the fins when you squeeze it. So that lets me know that I did correctly puncture it, and it is also seated because it's not coming back out. Gravity will take effect once you put it all together. But here we go. We got this, that, and let me grab my notebook. Where the heck did that go? It was out here, I thought. Kidding me? It's not in my pocket. Although I got some candy in my pocket, if you're interested. I've got some candy in my pocket. Jose! I think I said hey already, but hello again. You have reached the Maverick Workshop Pin Show. And this is a common occurrence where I look for shit. You heard specifically me looking for shit, not finding shit, looking. So, I'll be back. I gotta grab some paper. Where'd that this thing go, but the open one. Or any notebook, really. I just want to try out. No, not that. That looks nice. I don't want to mess it up. Yeah, I'm just trying to, you know, spread some ink around on paper. I'll just go get my notebook then. I don't know where it went, so that's why I was looking for it. I thought it was going to be out there because they took it out there. I bet they see it out there too. They probably see it and they're just like, oh, John's an idiot. I see where it is. He can't because he's blind as a bat. Which isn't necessarily true. Not true. I'm not blind. You're blind. Okay, well, I got my 2024 notebook. So we're going to use that instead. It's around here. Actually, there it is. It's under this stupid piece of sandpaper. Got it pretty nasty, actually. If y'all want to see something else that's kind of funny too, if you wanted to know something funny, I guess. So this is my everyday carry in my left pocket. I always carry these in my left pocket. So I have my Fisher Space Pen refill pocket pen that I made, the chapstick, and this is a Lilliput. This is a Kaweco Lilliput. This one is a copper one that you can see is not very copper anymore because it has been in my pocket and has gotten wet from a little bit of sweat, and then over time it just gets progressively worse, or more patina, I mean. Not progressively worse, it's fine. I don't care. But yes, these, I always have these. And I have a mini converter for my Lilliput, but I just use the ones that come with it because they just flow nicely, and I have never had it leak in my pocket. So that's why I do that. And then again, my notebook. All right, I'll just put it in this spot here. We're gonna get this rolling. So let me see. There we go. When I want my pen to start flowing, that's what I do. I don't, a lot of people like try to scribble and stuff, but I will keep my hand, I'll keep the pen like this, and then I'll hit my hand against a hard surface, and that'll make it come out. I don't want to damage the nib. So that's how I do that. But then, once you actually do get some progress, it likes to make a little bit of a mess. You can see little splotches there. But we're going to go ahead and wipe that off. And then we'll wipe this off. Get a nice smear. Check that out. Nice little smear. But here we go. So we've got an ugly piece of paper. Let's start over. Perfect. So we've got the parallel pen. So come on. Come on. I thought we just had this. All right, let me go back. Get a writing. There we go. So there. We'll just stay on this ugly page. So we've got the come on. Whoa, baby. Fountain pens. Fountain pens, man. One of the complicated things about them. Or one of the frustrating things, I would say. Sometimes you gotta kind of get it going. before gravity and the paper will actually take over. There we go. That's a big old blob. But once they get going, you know. If you've used fountain pens, you know what's happening. So there's a big blob, man. That is. I'm gonna spread that out. I think I threw my napkin away. So I'm just gonna blot this. Actually, I don't want it. I'm gonna try to soak it up. Vinny, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. I'm here just messing stuff up. All right, let's try this again. Parallel. Parallel pen. I don't have a hard surface that I'm pushing on. But the way that these things work is this is just two pieces of metal. If you really wanted to, you can make them out of like a soda can because it's really thin metal. And then you would just kind of smooth it. So, a parallel pen. Here. What? Work. Guess you gotta press it a little harder like a paintbrush. That's weird. This is a part of research and development. So, it's pretty square, right? But this is the parallel. The places that I'm writing doesn't want that to work. Okay, let's see. Am I doing something wrong, or did I get like... For the record, this is my tester, and it fills with noodles. We're going to try a different one. Are we nib tuning? No. Not right now, at least. Do you want a nib tune? You want to know how? There are... If you are interested in knowing how, I am not that. However, they do that at the pen shows regularly. Yeah, they do that at pen shows regularly. I'm going to see if it's the pen itself or the nib and feed, because as I mentioned, I have, this is my tester, so it's been through, it's seen some stuff, man. Seen some stuff, and it gets filled with dirt, or dust, I mean. So, this is a pretty clean one. Yoink. There. Now we're going to try it again. So, we got gravity. There we are. So, I'm going to give it a squeeze to kind of prime the feed here. And then get it going. I crack that. What the heck? I just cracked this little guy. I was only squeezing it about 30% too. It's alright. This is how you get high on your own supply. Alright, so this little thing has a shine on it from the ink, so that tells me that it's flowing. I'm going to wipe that off. We're going to see if it was the nib or if I'm just an idiot. I certainly hope it's the first one. So this is everything that came together. Now, I'm going to go to the next page here. Move this out of the way a little bit. Creating some space. Okay, let's try again. Now we have a nice hard surface. We've got our 3mm parallel pin. It's going. There we go. So can y'all see that? No, you can't. Okay, fine. I'll move a little bit more. Crap. There. All right, so we have the parallel pin and 3mm. Yep, there we go. Okay, so maybe it was the the section and nib itself. So test. Oh, you can't see. Can't see. I'm sorry. So let me adjust this a little bit. There. Now you can see. Here we are. Parallel pin, 3mm. The so Old English is what I think about when I think about a calligraphy pen. And Old English. Let's see. How are we going to do the E? I don't know how to do E. That's way too big now. All right. English. Yeah. There. This kind of just makes you write neater, I think, compared to you know, other pens in general. But with this, you can also use the edges and do finer, but you have to be able to press hard enough to make this kind of move. So you have to play around with this. Old English. So hit that like. Okay. There. With these, I guess you just have to press a little bit harder to get it going. But then you can, when you write with a calligraphy pen, you just kind of keep it at a 45 slant with the nib in contact. Because on your downstrokes and upstrokes, it'll be very broad, right? It'll be nice and thick. But when you do so thick, and then you go the other way, it's thin, right? Because you just hold it at the same angle the whole time. And your upstrokes and downstrokes are that, and your up and or sideways, I guess, up and down are like that. So really fun pen actually to write with, I think. But I will say too, I think with this type of pen, you need a pretty big piece of paper because you're not going to really want to write too many letters because it's pretty large. But again, this is a 3mm. It says it on the side, which was initially a concern because I didn't know if I was going to have to figure out a way to just take my word for it. It says 3mm on the side, or 3.0 on the side, and then pilot on the other side. So just take my word for it. You want me to follow you blindly? Yes. Blindly follow. That's exactly what I want. But yeah. So I think it was the section, by the way. I had dust in the other one, and it's also one that gets handled a lot. So yeah. But then we got the cap. And you got my inky fingers all over that. Sweet. But yeah, it posts. But if you wanted to write small the whole time, you know, you just kind of keep it on the edge. Fine. Like you do kind of block letters. Fine. Fine. Writing. Oh, I better turn my hand the other way to do the. See, you can do a little bit of fine writing if you just keep it like on the edge. Like you can write pretty fast on the edge too, but you have to press a little harder. So, what was the other thing? That's the other thing. Here we go. And you can obviously press harder to lay a nice thick line, or if you try too light, it won't actually do anything. So it seems like these tines, you have to give them enough pressure to cause them to offset kind of from each other, which is very interesting. So in its neutral point, these tines are flat and perfectly side by side. Oh, sorry. The tines are flat and perfectly side by side. But when you write, I guess you have to press it hard enough to tilt it slightly to where one is over top of the other. And this is like super small scale that I'm talking about, by the way. Like when I mean that, I mean like you're pushing it and it just kind of offsets one, kind of pushes one over, and then when that happens, when you push one over, it makes one taller, like this. So my hands are together, and then I press down on the paper, it pushes it down, and then the ink is coming in between these two spots here. So basically what's happening is that. And then when you're writing on the corners, you're still causing a little bit of offset on just that corner instead of the whole thing. So you're, I hope you found that useful, man. That was like learning on the fly and kind of explaining as I go, I guess, as I realized what is going on. Oop, oop, oop. You could easily set up the block game. But this is already grid paper, so I wouldn't actually need to do that. There we go. Yeah. Pretty neat. It is a very cool pen that you get completely different effect from compared to most other pens here. So this is I like fine nibs. And this one is just the standard Kaweco. I didn't do anything special to it. Although I did do something special to one of my pocket pins. I don't think I've shown you, but we'll do that. I'll show you another time. But I like this kind of pin. But again, it's more like writing with a roller ball. This is like a roller ball that you can change the ink out in, which is pretty dang cool. And you can press harder to spread the tines, right? You can press, so light pressure, harder pressure. The line variation between those two, so fine line, and then I press harder, so you might be able to see the tines spread. Maybe not. But anyway. There we go. Is it going to focus? It doesn't want to. Anyway. You get my point. The reason the tines are there is so they spread and then deliver ink. And then the ink is delivered because the paper is kind of sucking the is drawing the ink from it. So some paper is going to write better with a fountain pen than it will with any, like a roller ball or a pencil. However, with a roller ball or a pencil, you can pretty much write on any paper that you can write with a fountain pen. But some fountain pen paper likes different papers. So some fountain pens like different papers. Different sizes fountain pen like different paper. Different sheening inks also like different kinds of paper if you wanted to make them show up as well as possible. Like my notebook here, I've got some pretty dang cool inks, and Abby's got swatches for days. But yeah, got some pretty interesting stuff here. Now, anybody want this now? I give you a good deal. Just kidding. Just kidding. For real. I am. These are still prototypes. I haven't quite figured out how exactly. This is pretty much what I like, but there are some little things that I want to tweak still. As far as shimmering ink, let's see, do I have a good example of the shimmering ink here? Because this paper does like to show it, and this is an Odyssey notebook. If you don't know much about paper, Tomo River was one of the first, not one of the first, but one of the best paper recipes for fountain pens. There you go. You can see a little bit of shimmer in there, because this is like a greenish, but it changes to a reddish as well. So it's got those shimmers that it's not until the ink dries that you'll start seeing the shimmer. In some cases, depending on how wet or dry the nib is. And if you don't know what that means, well, welcome to fountain pens. Some pens are wetter, which means that some people also call them juicy, like a juicier nib. Some people don't like hearing juicy because it sounds weird. But yeah, sometimes you have a juicy nib, sometimes you have a dry nib, a drier nib, even though the ink is always wet. You know what I mean? It's just you're laying down less ink in one move when you're writing. But yeah. Anybody got questions on that? Anything else that they would like to see before I move on? Other than all of my ideas in here? Oh, yeah. You know, I was going to put this in a post, but y'all know I don't like to do posts, so I'll go ahead and say it here. But I was writing with my Pilot, and it has a extra fine gold nib. And it wasn't until a little bit later that I started thinking, why do people get fine nibs? It's because they like it to be small, right? So you like that size, but then you start thinking about the material. So if you have gold, why do people like gold? Because gold has more flex. That's why. People like gold that flexes, which would lead to it laying down more ink. So I was like, isn't that like an oxymoron? Like a contradiction of itself? Because if you get a very fine nib in the first place, wouldn't you want it to be not super wet? And the reason you don't want it super wet too is because you want to be able to take notes on paper that's relatively thin. I got to say that this particular paper is quite resilient. You saw how much ink was all over this page here, and you can see that it didn't bleed. Right? It didn't bleed. I put a hole in the paper right there. So that's why that went through. But yeah, it doesn't bleed. But some other paper, if you have like a normal field notes kind of paper, it'll bleed right through that, no problem. So that's why the types of paper and the types of nibs and the types of inks all kind of come together, and that is one of the main reasons I love the complexity of something that on the surface seems so simple. Right? People just use pens. They don't actually think about how they work. They don't think about what went into engineer them, make them, craft them, all that stuff. And so that was, something that I liked. And I liked it so much. I like processes a lot too. But yeah. Anywho. Michael, what's up, man? Sorry. I was rambling for so long that I didn't respond to you. Pin show pro tip, bring alcohol wipes. Oh, sweet, there's some right there. Oh, yep. Pin show pro tip, bring alcohol wipes. Okay, I'm semi-pro. Okay, let me clarify. I'm not pro, semi-pro. I won a gold star for trying, okay? Finally, you've been in for like 10 minutes? Yeah, my bad, dude. You know how I get when I start rambling. I get in the zone and I stay there and don't move for a little bit. There we go. Pow. All right, alcohol wipes. Why do you want alcohol wipes? Well, this is why. It gets the majority. Oh, these are dry as a bone, dude. That ain't gonna work. Dry as a bone. Why do I think about stuff literally all the time? Dry as a bone doesn't make any sense. Unless we're out in the desert and that's the bones that we're talking about. Like animal bones that have been picked already and come on. Also, if you go to a show and you're working with inks, you're gonna get inky. You're working with nibs, you're trying to ink a pen, something like that, you're gonna get ink on your fingers. Shoot, Abby wore gloves and still inked on her fingers. Now, it greatly reduced the amount of ink she got on her fingers. However, she still got it on her fingers. If you think about it, it's kind of like CA glue for us makers. It's like CA glue. Because that stuff, no matter how careful you are, there's always a drop that lands somewhere you don't want it to be. So this is denatured alcohol, or racing fuel for some machines. And then just clean it off. Let's see. Finally, you've been in for like, yeah. Filmed your first 2 shorts? Nice, dude. You've done a few shorts, not sure if they get viewed much. The way that I view shorts is a memory jogger of what I did. That's why I would do shorts, personally. Now, obviously, you probably have other things and stuff that you wanted to talk or share about, but I do it as a memory jogger for how the heck did I do this? Because in the time, you think about it, and then you get to the finish line, you're like, how the heck did I start this? But yeah. Oh, Brian, I had a question. I don't know if you heard it and you just ignored me, but I'm going to assume that that wasn't the case, and ask you again. But are you able to make a mandrel that's M10 by 0.75? You're getting hounded by a few creators, Michael. Really? Dang. Tell them to back off a little bit. Give me some breathing room. Man, have I lowered the streaming bar so low that everybody thinks they can do it and be good at it? I'm just kidding. That's kind of how I viewed it when I started streaming. I was like, man, these people have lowered the barrier so much that it gives me confidence that I can do it too. Yeah. I don't know if that's probably like indirect peer pressure in some ways, because I mean, I wanted to do it, but I was like, man, this is gonna be hard, complicated, challenging. I'm not tech savvy and all that kind of stuff, but you know. Let's see. They'll see why you can't? Heck yeah, dude. The reason I was wanting that, I don't know how much you've seen. Did you see my whole parallel pin spiel, Brian? That is the mandrel I would need for it. So, yeah. And potentially, now that you're in here and people know about the parallel pin and they know that you can make them, hopefully for you, man, that'll get you going. You know what I mean? That'll help not get you going because you're already going. it'll continue. And then maybe we can get a few people together, and then you'll just set it up once and then be able to do a few of them at the time. Or how much would it cost to get a mandrel like that? Like, well, kind of like this one, I guess, but a brass M10 by 0.75. What kind of dollars am I looking at if I was to buy like 20 of them? Let's see. I should also mention that if you have old cups that you're thinking about getting rid of, don't. Save them. Not don't save them. Don't get rid of them. You want to save them. That way you'll have a container to clean your pens. So I'm going to do just kind of a hasty clean because I want my tester back. And I don't want ink all over it. The other one I don't care about. It can stay that way and it'll just be like Abby's or something. But yeah. I use mason jars. Hopefully I don't knock these off. That would be a little embarrassing and it would really put me on a side quest I don't want to go on. Let's see. 30. Okay. Right on. I think we could probably swing something like that. But we can talk a little bit more offline, I suppose. Now, if I had running water, this would be a little bit better too, but I don't, so. See? This is what that's for. It's for cleaning it out. And you could just leave it in like this, and then all you do, I'm going to put the water over here, put some water over here. There we go. And all you do is you put it in, and then you squeeze it. And you just keep squeezing it over and over again. And what that does is it sucks the ink up, and then it also pushes it right back out, which is, well, convenient, right? How much would people charge to get a 4-inch tool rest made, 1-inch post? Just step out, be right on, no worries. And then, once we're moving clear, then it's pretty clear. Not perfect, but good enough for my purposes, I think. But the other thing that I like too is the baby booger suckers, actually. They're called bulb syringes, but I call them booger suckers. Because I was a medic. So, not quite done. And this is definitely not the color that looks like, is it? There we go. That's better. But yeah, this is just to clean that back out. Now I've got my tester back. I just need to let it dry. I don't know if you stepped out already, Brian, but Was it $30 for the 4-inch by 1-inch tool rest, or was that for the mandrels? I'm gonna go clear this out. And wash my hands. Wash them. I did say it like that on purpose. Well, still have ink on my hands, but that'll come off when my skin comes off. And your body replaces skin very often. If you didn't know that. Now you do! You're welcome. Also, a lot of dust. A lot of dust. Mandrels, right on. Gotcha. Now, I have another question. How hard would it be to thread an M5 by 0.5 brass tube that's about maybe 7 mil, 6 mil, 7 mil, something like that? But that's not bad. And then the other thing, if you're still there, is I was trying to determine if we could work on something like this. Would we be able to work on something like either of these, coming up with our own design of this, and then what kind of machine would be used in order to make them? This one is a press in, and this one is a threaded. So this one's threaded, this is a drill log, and the other one is the Kakamori that fits into this guy. All right, Brian, I could do that, man. You busy. You actually doing work. I'm just talking about what work would look like if I was to do it at some point. Oh, man. All right. Anywho, let's do it. Let's do it. Now, to clarify, I don't intend on duplicating those. I intend on coming up with a variation of our own. You know what I'm saying? Our own. So, you and I, we can chat later. But yeah. I think that could be a project you and I could work on if that was something that you were interested in. Making some threaded insert for DP tips, huh? Let's see. What is the threads for that? Or which threads are you using, I guess? I have concluded that the one that I like to use most is 7/32 shoulder step bit. No, not what I'm looking at. Where is my threaded tip for the painting pen? Because if they're doing it for the Diamond Art Club tips, that's one thing. And I'm pretty sure, I'm not positive, that the other ones that you can get are also like that. But yeah. Threaded inserts. Right on. That's cool. Cool. We still don't do... Okay. Let me rephrase this. I have a lot of them that I was doing threaded. However, the way that we do it, we wouldn't necessarily be able to do it the same way. Like, so this one, you might be able to see some of the threads. I do have it threaded. Yeah, VAC is the one. Yep. So it's a good good thing. A lot of good. Man, productivity has been non-existent or questionable. Where's that stupid thing I was looking for earlier? The heck? Where are my dang tips? Did I never move them from over here? That could be what I did. But yeah, I bought threaded inserts from the Diamond Art Club thing, and the thing is, some people don't like metal tips, and the way that we sell, it wouldn't necessarily work quite right. Now, obviously we could do more custom work and be able to do that no problem, but for the majority of the things that I make, I would need to actually like backtrack, put those threads in, and then continue. But the tap, you can use a 7/32 bit in order to do that, which is what I've done in the past. But you also run the risk of cracking it if it's too thin. Son of a gun, where the heck are they? Anyway, I don't know what size they were off the top of my head. Because I figure this stuff out and then I write it down and then I don't look at it for a while. Because the way that we do things is we determine if it was worth figuring out in the first place. And to me, it's worth figuring out. But it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to implement it and use it because of some of the logistics of it all. Okay, well, I just have to take my word for it, I guess. But yeah, this is a Purple Heart that I threaded. I don't remember the threads that are on it though. It's like 9. 9? Crap. Let's see. 5. So definitely not 9. 6, 7. Is it a 5? 6, 6. I don't know. I'd either have to look at my notes or backtrack and redo it in the first place. Because inside here, what we're looking at is 634. So it's a 6 mil by I don't know. But yeah. But how much are those a set, man? I might actually have you make me a set and I'll buy them from you. Yes. Yep. 7 by 0.75. Okay. That's what I thought. Because I had bought a 9, an 8, and a 7 to figure it out. And then you start realizing that some of the other things that you have are very similar. Which is always exciting. I find it exciting, at least, that some of the threads are the same for some of the different components. Oh, by the way, if you were looking for another thing, if you didn't want to do diamond painting pins and you wanted to do something like that you've never seen, at least I've never seen, then you can get this. This is a fairy hair latch. You ever heard of fairy hair? If you have not, fairy hair is basically they isolate one strand of hair on your head, and then they get a string and they tie it to the root of that. They tie it to the root of that, and then this is a latch that you use to tie it. So you put the strand in, you latch it, and then you go up, then you can wrap, knot, cut, and then that's how this latch works. So you stick it in, you're able to pull it out. It's got the little latch on it. So I don't think you're going to necessarily be able to make this because that hinge in there is so small. But these things are very cheap. The actual, like, I bought this, right? And it had like a little plastic thing that extended the handle basically. But I threaded it because it wasn't going to be seen. So I basically gripped it and threaded it. Excuse me. I gripped it and threaded it. And yeah. But it won't be seen, so it'll go into the pen, whoop, and it'll look like that. So there you go. That's another cool handle. If I really want to talk down to myself, I will tell myself that you're just a glorified handle maker. And I wouldn't argue with you, but I would let you know that it hurt my feelings. I'm just a handle maker. Yes.
Yes, and I'm making the best handles I can.
You darn tootin' I am.
Ah, here we go. So, wood, I found it. Here it is. So, we got this little guy, and then it screws in. Now, the reason I like this versus the acrylic ones is because when you're using an acrylic one, and so this is actually customer feedback, all right? So if you were making diamond painting pins, hear me, please, because you will solve a problem and it will enhance your biz and it will make you look like you know what you're talking about if you don't already. So, listen, the reason people don't like the acrylic handles that are threaded is because when they press down, what happens is if they catch an edge and they're pressing it down, it'll cause it to unscrew. Mine won't because I made it so it wouldn't, but they'll press down and it'll cause it to unscrew, and then over time it'll just constantly be looser and looser, and then it'll start flopping. People don't want to have to do that. People don't want to have to deal with that crap. So when I created my own threads, it made it to where it was tight, nice and tight. Like, now it seats tightly, but it kind of threads a little loosely, at least in wood, right? This is like the very start of it. You can see it, there's a little bit of play, but as you go all the way to the end, where you screw it all the way down and it's seated, not a wiggle. I could probably, okay. I was going to try to break the pin, but I decided not to. But yeah, we bought some of these. We just didn't want to stock them. Diamond Art Club, we didn't think we would be able to work out a deal with them because I don't know if you know the disposition of Diamond Art Club as they are with other small businesses, but they do not like people that do things that compete with their business. And I don't blame them necessarily, but still, you could elevate your status if you were working with people that already have a whole crew of people. And it would make Diamond Art Club be viewed in a different light. Now, I'm not digging at DAC. I'm also not digging at makers. This is purely observational. When you have more people involved, and you already have people that like what you're doing, and they like that product, so these tips are really nice tips. So however they did it, or whoever they got to machine them, they did a great job. So kudos to DAC for that. But I gotta say, some of the ways that at least that I've heard of, I don't necessarily think that it's worth trying to monopolize threaded tips like this. So I don't know. I might try to reach out to DAC and see if we can get a deal going so I can get tips. Need special machines to make those? Yeah, I believe that. I believe that because it's got to like go and then kind of grind it like that. Do I have a left-handed nib for the Marauder? No, sir. I do not have left-handed nibs. I don't grind the nibs. So every nib that I send out is just a basically a neutral. So yeah, it's not specifically for right or left-handed. It is a neutral. And if you wanted it to be for one or the other, you'd have to go to like a nib grinder or find a nib tailor, at least for now. At least for now. I do have plans on learning how to do some specific tuning as well as grinds. So that is on the horizon. Probably this year or beginning of next year is when we will be doing that. So yeah. Welcome back. Most 7mm threads or one thread? Yeah. 7. I don't think I use a 7 very often, if ever. Threading the part won't be that bad. I think that's why a customer wants steel inserts. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't have a problem turning it. Because what I did is I turned it like normal, and I told you our business model, right? So our business model is we're making these, and the majority of our customers already use the standard tips that come with it, or they'll send it off and get somebody else to thread it for them. But we can potentially do that ourselves. It's just that by default we do not, because it's hard to know the amount of people that would want threaded versus non. And then if you don't know, these things are like $10 to $15 each, depending on the size that you get. So we would have to tack that onto the price. And the other part of that is we already have the drop-down menus for Etsy already set. We'd have to change that if they wanted to add tips, or they'd have to send us a specific method. What I'm saying is it is well thought out. We did consider it. We just haven't done it quite yet, for one. And two, I still turn these the same way. I just bore it out just a little bit more with a different drill bit, and then I'll thread it. And so that is what I was trying to work on. You can see the marks here on this blank where my jaws gripped it. So there's a spot right there. Why doesn't it want to focus? Anyway, there's a spot there, there's a spot over here, and that's how I grabbed it, because I was just trying to see if it would work in the first place. But that would interfere with the existing processes, because you can still turn the same way, and then open the hole up just a little bit more and then throw it in there, or tap it, I mean. But yeah, this is Thoya burrow. Anyway, all of these things that I have mentioned so far are six-figure businesses. Once you get the hang of everything, once everything's going right, and once you're able to consistently repeat the same thing, and you have people that care about your work, because that's the other part too. You have to have people caring about what it is that you're doing and want to see you successful. If they don't want to see you successful, they will vote with their dollars, is how I view it. At least people that have businesses, they will go out of business if the people don't like them. But they'll stay in business if they continue doing
what people initially started following them for, or if they're doing what the people want. So at the end of the day, it comes back to when you start your own business, you think that you're going to be your own boss. But I think I've thoroughly exhausted why that's not the case. If you want to be in business for, you know, a good deal of time. And I don't know why you would start a business to not be in that position. So I found the latch to the fairy hair thing, or the other side of the fairy hair thing. And then I lost the fairy hair thing. So that's fun. I'll put that there. I'll come back to it in a little bit. But yeah. I love it. I love it. Let me call Brian. Ryan. Call Brian. Call Ryan. T E C D A C red. Shit. What was the other thing? What was the other thing? Damn it, Bobby. Not worried about the threading. Not worried about that. Oh! Sorry. Volume, you know. M10 by 0.75 mandrel. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. Think about it. But yeah, the steel inserts. See, I had the grand idea, but mediocre at best execution. I was thinking, you know, maybe the ferrules will be like just these parts, right? That would go in, and then you'd be able to thread it. But the wall thickness is too small. So that didn't work. Well, I actually didn't look at it with the DAC yet. Let's see if I can, if it's close, then I'll give it a whirl. But if it's not, one of these is close to that. I'm going to go with maybe? See this here. I think it might be able to go in, but no. Because it's too small. It's too small. So it's like the exact same size as this, which isn't going to work. And then this little thing isn't going to work either. Although it's really close, you can't thread it because it fits flush. Not going to work. It's all right. That's a-okay, man. That is a-okay. But yeah, I've got quite a few different projects in the works, and I think that you and I can come to
an arrangement or agreement or something along those lines that we can find a mutually beneficial transaction. Rivet nuts were the other thing I was thinking about. I don't know where they are, but I tried rivet nuts, but the wall thickness was just too much, and the actual diameter wasn't good either, because it makes it heavy for some of the rivet nuts, and then actually getting the right size was also a challenge. And so you have to find the specific size, and because it doesn't exist, you'd have to make it custom. And I'm not just talking about the thread size, by the way. I'm talking about fitting into a smaller area in order to make that happen. Anyway, let's make some stuff. Oh, I've got a couple more over here that I gotta do. Right on, Brian. No worries. We're about to get this party started. Only 3 hours into it, and we're about to get started. All right, let's do it. Man, did everybody leave because they're going to go execute on those ideas? Or they just weren't interested in that type of content?
Anybody got a guess?
Yeah, my man. Jesus, it's 1:45. Oh my God! Oh, there's a stream bed. Dude, what the heck? I gotta say, these don't look super exciting at the beginning, but they will get pretty darn cool. But these are, damn it, Bobby. Okay, I need to take this side down a little bit more, so this is why it's convenient to have two lathes, so I don't have to reconfigure this one to finish this one. I am going to go to the metal lathe right quick with my cap mandrel eventually, or barrel mandrel eventually if I find it. There you are. And then I'm going to use the file again. Let's see how we look here. Hey chat, is it weird that I still want a one-way lathe? And I don't care that there's still tariffs and stuff? Is that weird or is that stupid? What do you think? Ha! See? There we go. That little fix right there. Good to go. Almost.
There's a good chance I'm going to be sanding these, not today, but because Abby's got a good amount of diamond painting pins to sand. And we're leaving, we're leaving Wednesday? Not this Wednesday, obviously. Uh-oh. Let's see, you're still listening. Looks like the mandrel talk. The mandrel talk? What do you mean? You think you could probably, you think I could use one? My man. I got you on my side. Okay, now that you're on my side, we got to convince Abby that it's a good idea. You still want a better wood lathe? Well, man, you know, if you help me get to my goal, I'll help you get to your goal. I'll cheer you on and stuff, you know. But I don't think it's going to happen. It might. It might. Looks like, oh, you missed the mandrel talk. Yeah, that's all right. I'll keep you in the loop, man. As long as I can have a glass of lemonade. See, that's why I like knowing a little bit about who's here. Ah, there we go. That's perfect. But yeah, you did. You missed it. And that's okay, though. That and pancakes? Regardless of what's going on with Cracker Barrel in the real world, man, I love Cracker Barrel pancakes. And their 50% maple syrup or whatever. It's not pure maple syrup. That would be far too expensive. Anybody else like Cracker Barrel? I like Cracker Barrel. And every time I get Mama's pancake breakfast, I have to ask for a lot more syrup because I want a bottle of syrup per pancake. That might sound gross to some people, but that might sound gross to some. That's okay. That's all right. It's not a big deal to me. Not a big deal. And I don't do it every day. I don't even eat breakfast most days, actually, but I love Mom's pancake breakfast. I don't care what the heck they call themselves. But I have seen a lot of funny things about it. So you remove the cracker and the barrel, and you still call it Cracker Barrel? Oh man, that was funny. Can he make triple starts? Kevin, I'm not sure, man. I would imagine that he can. But he might come back, or I'll ask him if you want. Because I'm going to call him later today. I'll ask about triple lead. Triple start. And then I'll let you know. Lawrence, you've never been to a Cracker Barrel? I thought that was a rite of passage for Southern people.
You've been to a Waffle House, though, hadn't you?
I don't like what I did just then. I need to taper it steeper. I want that tapered steeper, man. This is not right. All right. We can be friends. We can be friends still. And go to breakfast together. Seriously, Waffle House has got to be... It's not necessarily my favorite, but it is the one that I will go to because they are so consistent. If I go to a Waffle House, I know that what I'm going to get is going to be pretty much the same every time. There might be some variations, but that won't be a showstopper necessarily. Like my pin, that is. Kevin, have you seen that pin yet? I can't remember. I don't think you did. You didn't see it. Oh. Oh. So proud of myself. Oh, man. All right. Now it's time to continue. Now we got these to do.
Do you think these restaurant chains build too many, then they can't take, they can't take care of people properly?
Yeah. And then they go downhill. Hey, I actually watched something this morning. Y'all know that I look at business stuff a lot, right? Y'all know that. At least I hope that you do. And if not, well, now you do. Anyway, apparently Boston Market was, that's exactly what happened to Boston Market. Because apparently it used to be Boston Chicken, and it was like family meals that it was, and rotisserie chicken. That was their primary thing, right? Primary thing was rotisserie chicken. And they were really good at making the chicken. Everybody liked it. And it was called, I think they said it was called Boston Chicken before, but then the new CEO wanted to expand and not pigeonhole himself into just chicken, or pigeonhole the business into just chicken. And so they expanded and started incorporating other things. And, well, when you start trying to do too many different things, you start doing nothing good. So I think that there's a very valuable lesson in there that I need to consider personally, or that I should have considered when I was trying to do everything, right? I think there is a time that you should try everything that you can, but I think you should eventually find a place that makes you the happiest, and then you stick with that. And that is not necessarily what was happening with Boston Market. They had like 1,200 stores, and then they changed it to Boston Market, and then it didn't quite have the same ring to it. People didn't like it as much, and they didn't make chicken as well as they used to, and then they didn't make other meals like they used to. Because I mean, if you think about it, you have to have like special instructions to do the specific things. And if you're onboarding somebody, I can't just take somebody and teach them how to make my pens and then expect them to be just like mine. It doesn't work. It literally doesn't work. It'll be similar, right? It'll be, they were still selling chicken, but it's funny that you said that, and it's also kind of funny that I had seen that before. Well, earlier today, I mean. What do you mean, which one, Kevin? I'm sorry, I did what I always do and forgot what it was that we were talking about a little bit ago. Specifically. Or what you're reacting to, I guess. Oh, Shoney's. Shoney's. Oh my goodness. I was thinking Showmars for a second, but Shoney's? Oh man, I don't think I've seen one of those in a while. At least that I've noticed. I don't think I've... Have I ever been to a Shoney's? I don't remember. That is one thing that I really like about out west. Some people have their vices, right? They like to spend money on this, or they like to spend money on that, or they won't be so frugal about this or that kind of thing, right? Sometimes Abby and I, we go out and we try different restaurants. Now, I'm super picky about what I eat, but, and it's not because I'm trying to be healthy, it's because I don't like too many flavors at the same time. I like, if I'm gonna eat chicken, I want it to be chicken. If I'm gonna eat steak, I want it to just be steak. I don't want all that other crap on it. I just want it. Oh, you got a show pin in your room? Lawrence, you don't have the show pin. I'm talking about our magnum opus, man. I'm talking about the magnum opus. There was a bug. I wasn't trying to blow in the mic, even though I did. I'm sorry. There was a bug right there, and I didn't want it to go into my face when I was looking at my typing here. Well, I appreciate that, Lawrence. You're the man. You are the man. I got Abby here. She'll give you the rundown.
Hello, everyone.
It's also over there.
So I'm gonna go over there in a sec.
It's also right there.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, Kevin, so this is our show pin for Orlando. The rules for this year were just that it needed to be reef or Orlando pin show colors, which were purple and gold.
I didn't hear the first part that you said, but
The rules.
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear what you said.
Can y'all hear me?
No, I have my headphones on.
I don't. Okay.
You should pull an ear so you can hear the volume too.
I can hear. I'm pretty sure I'm fine.
You are.
Well, then let me loud. All right. Anyways, so this is our. Hey, Lawrence. So this is our show pen. It is going to be auctioned for Florida Reef Relief. And it's also going to be judged by a panel of judges. So the last 2 years, what we've done are these really pretty hybrid pens with various finishes and extra touches. This year we're doing something a little bit different. I wanted to do kind of a mix and match with some of our resin. So this blank right here is called Bioluminescence. It is ever so slightly glow in the dark. Has a lot of pretty depth and swirls and colors in it. And we paired that with a dark blue Juma, a very light, it's like a light blue Operex color. And then we have there we go, abalone shell in the cap and the body. So then here's a section which also has the dark blue Juma and the Operex. And yeah, so John did lots of little segments for this one. I think it turned out really pretty. It's got some subtle of like a special finish on it that if you catch the light just right, you can see. And hopefully we'll win with it this year. We've donated pen or made a pen for this cause every single year for the last 3 years that we've been going to Orlando. The first year we went was our first show ever, and we did win that year. We won by vote and by raising the most money. Last year they separated the votes from money. So like the first year was like you bought raffle kind of ticket and you voted for the pen that you wanted to win with your raffle ticket. Last year they auctioned and then had raffle tickets that you voted with, so everyone was just given one vote and you were supposed to turn that in, and then the auction was separate. So like our auction pen raised the most money, but we were, from what I was told, very, very close, almost tied with the ticket. So that's how that last year went. This year we have a goal to both win the votes and the most money raised. So I'm really hoping that we will. I'm excited about it. I sent all the pictures off for the raffle. Thank you. I hope we get first place too. Hold on, let me go over here. Vinny, thank you. Yeah, I hope so too. I like it. I'm happy with it. I had the idea pretty soon after that I wanted to do like I don't know, deep sea ocean, or kind of like when you see the bottom of the ocean with like the water playing, like the reflection of the water, and the Juma looks like fish scales, and the Operex looks like, I don't know, it's just amazing, like a pearl. And then yeah, we did the finials. It look like they're almost a little bigger than like what we normally do. I don't know if it's gonna focus on them, like on the cap. I don't know. It fits perfectly in there, and I think that it turned out really cool. So I don't. They're supposed to get judged on sticking to the theme. I don't know how good it looks. There were like a couple things. There were like a list of things that they're supposedly voting for and having, you know, it judged upon. So yeah, John's getting some water. Hope you guys are enjoying whatever he's up to right now. Looks like shaping caps for the rest of the show pins for this show, which we're doing mermaid themed. It'll be gorgeous. And then we're doing nib holders and have 1 week. We will have already left in 1 week from now. We're gonna leave super early on Wednesday morning, dropping the dogs and the kids off on Tuesday, and then skedaddling. But yeah, we let's see, you can hear. John's got the grossest flavored Gatorade ever. It's his favorite. It is cucumber and lime, which is gross. Really bad. Are you coming back? Come on, I gotta get going. I heard you the first time you said it. What? I gotta show you something. Me? Yeah. Oh, I don't like the way that sounds. Well, we're not putting it back in that plastic box again. Huh? No. Yeah, I do. So we 3D printed this box / stand thing because we got a 3D printer and we've been messing around with it. Design's really cool. It does not, like, however, like, stay closed. And also, this is just kind of sitting in there. It hasn't moved much, but I can already see like a pretty bad like scratch kind of down from it being in here, so it's not going back in there. Well, and I'm gonna have to refinish the.
I didn't shake it around or anything.
I'm just saying, yeah, just being in there was bad. I'll see if it will buff out. Wait, here. Well, that's kind of, I think I'm just gonna have to refinish it. So it's essentially like this scratch. You see it?
That's
all the way down the cap.
That's annoying.
Yeah, luckily nothing else is wrong, and that's a really easy fix. However, a little bit of I told you so. I told you. The plastic's bad. Can't just be in plastic.
I wanted to line it.
But it doesn't stay closed, so it's still not a good design.
Well, if we made it to where this on the side.
Yeah, if
had
it,
like
pops,
a little.
sure.
Well, if we lined some cork or something right there, it would have to, and then lock in place.
Right, well, I'm not going to do that.
I know.
I don't want to have to change. All right.
Yeah, don't go changing. I like you the way you are.
Bye, guys.
Here, you can take these back.
I was looking at those new drill logs, the pretty ones.
Yeah.
They're about $130 each.
Yeah.
This is a what, 0.5 or less?
Yeah, that's a 0.5.
So they do have 0.8 and then they have 1.1.
Nice.
0.8 probably.
Well, hold off. Don't buy it.
I'm not buying it right now.
Because I'm talking to Brian.
Okay.
I think we can come up with our own design like that. Especially since we're learning nib smoothing as well. It'll be applicable for this. You know what I'm saying? I also told Brian about, well, I'm gonna call Brian later. I'll talk to you afterwards. Sorry, I had to have Abby there. I figured it was better than like the be right back screen. Oh man! All right, got the yep, yep. Unless you guys can think slower into the man. Hero man, that's amazing. Thanks, Kevin. Thank you, Vinny. I hope so. I hope we get first as well. Put some Velcro in the box lid to hold it down. Yeah, but it will make it not look as good. And the other part about that too is it's not going to work that way, unfortunately. But I have cork that is I have cork that is a sticky back. So it's like cork tape, I guess. So that's what I was thinking. Cork tape, basically. But yeah, we definitely. I will say the design for the most part was Abby's idea. I was resistant initially because I had other ideas in mind, as usual. But I wanted her to be able to do that. And despite my little bitch fit before, well, y'all didn't see that, but she's like, I thought, okay, so here's what the pin's going to look like. I'm like, what do you mean this is what the pin's going to look like? You tell me what the finish is going to be like. But it's like, it's still both of us doing it. Like, yeah, but it's your idea. Anyway, I had my little bitch fit, realized that she was right about it. I still did some of my own stuff in there, by the way, because she isn't going to be able to do it or remake any of that part or those parts. So I still did a little bit. The section idea, and then the Juma on the threaded part of the barrel with the Juma. Those were my contributions specifically. Yeah. Some velvet would probably work. Yeah, you're probably right. Probably right. But it's one of those things where the juice isn't exactly worth the squeeze. Which might sound weird, I suppose, but not necessarily worth doing. But yeah, so Kevin, if you're still here, oh man, everybody left. Everybody must be getting off work and driving home now. But I don't know, it's all right. Either way, I'm still going to be here rambling. But yeah, I mean, it would be cool. But the other thing about it too is we couldn't use that display in the case that it's going to be displayed in the way that we would want to display it. So for what I'm saying is it won't be able to be opened like this. It won't be able to be like this. And then the other part of it is we already have another, well, Abby built or found another thing and then edited the file and created a more themed or on theme or adjusted a print, adjusted it. Sorry, words are hard right now. I don't know why. My goodness, that was painful. I'm sorry y'all had to deal with that.
You delivered the pins this morning? Oh, that's so awesome.
Very, very nice of you, man. I admire that. Very nice of you, Lawrence. We do giveaways weekly. Yeah, we do giveaways weekly.
And we're giving a couple things away when we do that. And then we have a special thing that we make that is still in the same vein of what we do, but it's just a one that's a pretty non-standard one for us at least, that we do for Patreon too. But that's specifically for them. If you aren't into diamond painting pins,
You would not be interested in the giveaway, because that's what we do there. Anyways, I made a video on it actually. That particular one, I think.
so does the one-way no tariff increase in price worth it over a Laguna?
Vinny, I have no idea. I've never turned on a Laguna and I've never turned on a one-way.
But one-ways are made in Canada and Lagunas are made in China.
But, I mean, really what I want is the robust. But, you know.
That's not going to happen for a little while, at least. Unless by some miracle they come across something and just like, hey, we want to sponsor you. And then they get given one.
or if somebody bought me one. That's the only way I get a robust right now. Laguna is California. Yeah, I mean, so are iPhones. They're designed in California, but
That's the distribution center, but they're still made in China.
if you had your choice, you would want a Powermatic. Really? Money's no object. The lathe that you would buy is a Powermatic. So if price is not a variable, like the one lathe that you would want would be a Powermatic. We could talk about this when we go to Waffle House, man. We're gonna have a conversation about this. Nah, I'm just kidding. Powermatic's fine. I just don't like the way that they look. I think that they're pretty ugly. But, you know, you don't necessarily buy a lathe because it looks nice. You buy it because it serves all the purposes that you would need out of a lathe. But for me, because I stream and I want the things around me to be a reflection of, like, you know, how y'all perceive me, I like stuff that's not Dijon mustard yellow. At least a 46-inch, all right. So you wouldn't go with the American Beauty. The American Beauty. I definitely go for the American Beauty. If money and space was no object. Yeah. Money and space is not an object to worry about or consider whatever, then yeah, I think I would go with an American Beauty. However, that would be so much more than I would need. I would only do it because that would basically make it so you are able to turn unlimited. You know what I mean? Like that thing, I want to say is like 800 pounds or something. So it ain't going anywhere. Unless you do outboard turning, which then you'll have to be a little bit more mindful. But you haven't heard of that one? Oh man, don't go look. Don't go look, you'll change your answer. Really though, I like it because its size, for one. I like that it's got the basically industrial sized bearings in the headstock. There are actually a couple things that I don't like about it, I'll be honest. But at the end of the day, it's just a matter of getting used to it. Like right now, my jet, this lathe, yeah, it's this lathe. This is a Jet 1221, and when I replaced the bearings a few months ago, I thought that I was going to end up ruining it, which is why if we were to do something like that, we needed to have the ability to buy another lathe if something were to happen and I wasn't able to put Humpty Dumpty back together. But I was able to, and that was not something that I ended up having to do. But, yeah. I can't read. I'd show you, but I can't. But my speed, the RPMs, it doesn't show me anymore because when I was taking this out, there's a little sensor. There's a little sensor in the headstock that has like a little light on it, and it's watching the thing spin, and that's what's telling you how fast that you're turning. So what ended up happening is I beat the shit out of it because the spindle was stuck in there, and the bearings weren't wanting to move out, and it wasn't because any screws were still set. I know, because I already made that mistake once or twice, so I did make sure all the grub screws were removed, all the set screws were removed, and then I just had to wail on it, getting it back in, and then when I put it back together, it was not showing me the speed at which I was turning anymore. So I just have to go off of what I remember the positions being, and listen to it and all that stuff, because it doesn't tell me how fast I'm turning anymore. I think that Tim Yoder used the American Beauty. Maybe. Wait, Yoder. That sounds familiar. Why does that sound familiar? What does Tim Yoder do? Does he do a lot of bowls? Why does his name sound so familiar? Let's see. That name sounds extremely familiar. I have to look it up. It's going to bother me if I don't. Hey! Yeah. Oh man, yeah. What is he? Let's see if I can find it. Oh, that's a Thompson. He's got a Thompson sticker on it. It is a robust, for sure. Is it the American Beauty? It's hard to tell. My goodness. I click on the outer round Rubik's Cube because that's the first one that I see the actual lathe in. And I'm gonna have to talk to him. I'm gonna have to talk to him. Be like, Tim, I never met him, never talked to him or anything. But the 50 seconds that I just watched of his video, or 30 seconds, whatever I watched, he tried to turn a Rubik's Cube. What did you think was going to happen? Boom. Okay. All right, what'd you hear? What'd you hear? What was the last thing? I don't know. Thank you for letting me know.
But I don't remember when that cut out.
Yeah, the Rubik's Cube rant. I'm gonna have to talk to him. I've never met him. I just wanted to clarify that I had never met him, but if I did meet him, that would be the first thing I'd ask him about.
Hey Tim, did you really think that that Rubik's Cube was going to work out?
And then based on that response,
I would choose credibility. And I don't say that because
it's not to be mean, it's just to be like, this is how your thought process is. At no point do I think a Rubik's Cube would turn correctly as the cube right out of the box or the packaging. It's just not going to work. And so that's why I said I bet it was because he was doing a little funny video kind of thing where people would be like, oh yeah, that's what I thought would happen. But you know, he's got 122,000 subscribers, so good on him. And then I was talking about the Thompson tools that he has in there. So if you don't know Thompson tools, they do like a cryo hardening or something like that with their steel, which kind of makes them stand out a little differently. But to someone like me, you tell me about your cryo steel, it means very little because I don't know what that means. But sometimes things just be like that, you know? Rubik's Cube rant. Oh man, I even got y'all saying rants now. Oh, there he goes. John from Maverick Workshop is live streaming. Wonder what he's gonna ramble about this go. Well, have you know, I will ramble about a lot. Okay? Minimal shame. Minimal shame about rambling a whole lot. Not completely shameless, but, you know, minimal. I just wanted to clarify that. Yeah. So right now, my speed is probably close to like 2600. Oh, it doesn't even say it anymore. It says E6, which is probably some computer code that I could look up or something and figure out, but I'm not going to because I'm here. Level Crossing Kid, man, where you been?
where you been? It's been a while. Hope you've been doing all right.
I haven't streamed in a little bit, so Abby got back from San Francisco, made some stuff, did some things, chatted about other, what's a synonym for stuff or things? Dang it, I ran out.
But yeah, insert synonym like that there. And Abby got back from San Francisco, had a good time at the show. We're trying to get a little bit ahead and be ready to crank out these pins.
Abby is a very fast sander, so it would literally take me twice as long to sand and polish the same things she would sand and polish.
But it would take her like 50 times as long to make a pen. Oh crap. I need to go back and find in some of my past lives, or one of my past lives, where she said that something to the tune or the effect of, would y'all be interested in watching me teach Abby how to make a pen, and then that's how the stream, or that's what would happen on stream. So this is like next level learning in my opinion, because you'd kind of see what she's doing as somebody who doesn't turn, that is, and then you kind of get some of the maybe some of the mistakes that she made, or the questions that she has, or something like that. Now, she didn't do it because of that. That's just what I think about when I think about that. But yeah, she thought about it from an entertainment perspective. I thought about it as a learning perspective for those that want to know how to do it. But yeah, that's going to be fun. I think that'll be fun. It's all good. You hear me. I hear you sometimes. Oh man, Lawrence, you get wild sometimes. A little rowdy. Passionate sometimes, even. But yeah, I think that'll be pretty fun. That will be pretty fun, I think. That'll be something that we'll probably end up planning. That way that there will be some people, you know? There'll be some people that come and it's like, oh Lord, here she goes. Here she goes. Talk all day about your scroll saw adventure. Man, that's cool. That's cool. I know very little about a scroll saw. I mean, I didn't know much about a lathe either, but I mean, the gist of a lathe is pretty simple. So I imagine that a scroll saw is relatively simple to grasp. The concept of it, executing projects on it, a different story, but you know. And maybe, Lawrence, you should. Maybe you should go on a bender of talking about your scroll saw adventures. Just turn the camera on and start talking. The Adventures of Lawrence and his Squirrel Saw. Write a book.
If you wrote a book and it was relatively short, I'd buy it and read it. I don't like reading
Paper books. Or ebooks for that matter. I like to listen to books.
When you say fine, how fine of a cut are you talking about? Because I've actually been looking for something that will cut very fine. Fine. Very fine. You're not that good. What do you mean you're not that good? What do you mean you're not that good? You're better than I am. So I'd watch. Or read. See, I think the other side of that too is viewing wise, I think people find it more relatable if you're not an expert. If you're someone who is like on the journey and learning and progressing and doing different types of things in the same wheelhouse, people like watching your growth. At least that is what some of the data suggests. When you look at channels that are just starting off and the type of people that are interested in watching, yep, people like to see the progression. They don't necessarily want to hear from an expert all the time. They can relate better to somebody who isn't necessarily an expert. And I am by no means an expert. Yeah, I do not consider myself an expert pen maker. I am a determined pen maker.
They have a blade that is as fine as a piece of hair.
Okay, well that blade is what I'd be looking for. Because if I ever wanted to make nibs, I have to figure out how I'm going to cut it. And I was thinking like a Dremel, like you have the nib, right? And then you have a track that the nib fits like perfectly on, and then you run it into the blade and it stays on that same track. Now, the problem that I didn't really quite figure out yet is having a small enough blade to be able to cut that. But a squirrel saw, is a squirrel saw reciprocating? Like it does this, it goes up and down?
Let me see. I'm going to look at what a squirrel saw is.
Okay, yeah, it's like the little reciprocating saw. It's like a machine version with an arm of a sawzall. Double zero blade. All right, all right. Treat you like my imaginary friend. Sorry, I've already got one of those. See what I did there? Yeah. Could you get a very good one like a... Yeah, they're reciprocating. Okay, cool, thanks. But I haven't seen you here. Treat me like your imaginary friend. Hello, friend. What would you like to go by? If you're going to be a regular here, what would you like to go by, man? Woman? Would you like to go by treat, friend, or imaginary? Which is normally your best friend, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Except now, it's not as weird, you know? I used to just ramble to myself all the time. At least now I can, you know, ramble to other people that want to hear me ramble. Name's Jesse. Right on. Well, welcome to Maverick Workshop, Jesse. I'm John. I make pens. I make fountain pens, diamond painting pens, parallel pens. Yeah. But I don't think that I've seen you here before.
At least on the live.
Hey, how you doing? Vegas or Bagus? Vegas?
Bagus. I don't know. One of those. Hope you're doing well today. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. I make pens. You like pens?
Well, let's hang out.
You don't like pens?
We'll hang out.
Just having a good time, you know? Having a good time, making some progress, some product, getting prepped for a Orlando pin show.
Yeah. You thought about getting you a small lathe? You should. You should. Make sure that you have the space. Make sure that you have the space. What is it? Space, budget.
And then you get a big enough lathe to do the projects that you want to do and variable speed.
And then know that it's going to be messy. Yeah, man.
That's what I would consider when
Going for a new lathe. But because I make pens all the time, I'm using a Jet 1221. I pretty much never make anything else.
pretty much I'll do side projects here and there because I want to, but this is what I do
full time. I turned full time.
My wife and I work together.
And we go to pin shows and sell our pins. Pin shows as vendors. I guess I should clarify that, huh? We go to pin shows as vendors and have a lot of fun doing that. And I think Abby and I we've gone to pin shows. This is the 3rd year now of doing pin shows. And I think that we have found our people. I think we found our people. Yeah. Abby and I, we were always the youngest of pretty much every stage of life. It seemed, at least. Like, yeah. We were young at the various things that we did. Like, got married relatively young, had kids young. I was in the military for a while, and so all of that stuff. And then, kind of, I guess because of that, we gravitate towards older people, and I like older people. Generally speaking, I like younger people too, no problem. I really like kids. I've got 2 of my own, and yeah, there you go. There's a little quick summary. Let's see. You just need one for fixing car parts and such. You're just trying to justify buying or making one? I take it you've watched those 5-minute craft videos on the internets, on Facebook. 5-minute crafts, 3 hours later. Has any of those actually been a 5-minute craft? If you know what I'm talking about. I don't think they have. It just takes them less than 5 minutes to actually go over the crafts. Yeah, man, of course. My pleasure. I enjoyed my time in the mill. Who hasn't seen those? Yeah, man, you right on the money about that. Yeah, for sure. I think it's well on its way to becoming a meme, if I had to gander a guess. Yeah. Yeah, you'll be done in like 5 minutes. Take some days to film it. Yeah, sure it does. Anyway, the reason I even bothered saying that is because I saw somebody making a lathe. They're like, oh, you can make your own lathe. All you need is a drill, and then a whole ton of timber, a couple bearings. You need to do the perfectly sized hole. You need to get the spindle, and you're going to end up having to push this in to lock it into place, and then you'll crank it down, and then you can have the quill in the back, and then have a screw that you'll just push it in. Like, dude. But if you're looking at car part stuff, you're probably looking more at a metal lathe. But if you were looking at a wood lathe, you know, I think that it would be all around better just to buy the machine. But, you know, some people would rather spend hours and hours building that, and that's fine too. Because if I really think about it, who's going to want a pen that takes 2 hours to make? Who wants to make a pen for 2 hours? You know? So I think about it from a functional point of view, and I don't think that you're actually going to be saving very much money at the end of the day. But that's just my thoughts on it. Because you can get pretty inexpensive wood lathes. As far as metal lathes go, you can also get a relatively inexpensive one of those. The one that I have is, you could probably find one that's about the same size and serves the same purpose for half the price that I got it or less. So the metal lathe that I got, I also got a couple add-ons too. So that bumped up the price, but it was about $2,300 delivered here. So that's about what it cost. I got it from Little Machine Shop. I haven't had any issues with it. It's got plenty of torque for what I use, and I pretty much never turn metal. So I probably bought more lathe than I needed, if I was to be honest about that. But again, I didn't know, because you just see it and then you're like, oh, 714, so 3.5. Okay, that's the ways to the middle of the jaws. Okay, that's 3.5. So that'll give me 7 inches total that I could actually turn, and then 14, because you're going to have like drill bits and stuff sticking out, and then you're going to want to use the jaws to hold it. So you have to like factor in the Jacob's chuck, drill bit, and the jaws, and then the material. And you're like, well, now I don't have enough space on my lathe to actually drill. So when you're shopping, make sure you think about all those different things, or the most amount of things that you might want to put in between the centers, because that's what that size is telling you. So this lathe is a 12-inch by 21. So from the ways, so this flat spot here, to the center of the bore is about 6 inches, right? Because it's 12, which means that I could turn something that is 12 inches, essentially. And then 21 is from the spindle to this, actually, not the live center, but with the tailstock all the way back and retracted. So that is the size. Powermatic does it backwards. So if you look at Powermatic and you're like, those numbers don't seem to make sense, because it's not a small number then a big number. It is a big number then a small number. So they just kind of flipped it. So just be mindful of that when you're doing your shopping. What would be the difference? Side tool, etc. Couldn't you use the same machine? Just different tools. That's a good question. I could do all my turning on the metal lathe, sure. Yeah, I could. I could do all my turning on the wood lathe too. However, it's having the right tool for the job. Does a knife screw in a screw? Can you use a knife to screw in something? Yeah, but a screwdriver is going to be better at it. And then I guess specifically between the wood and metal lathe, I wouldn't want to sand and polish, wet sand. I don't want to wet sand on my metal lathe. But if you didn't plan on wet sanding and you were doing very like type of things, where it's just like flat, with like preset tapers. If that's good enough, if you're making car parts, that would be sufficient. Most likely, I can't imagine why you would need more. But I am not a part maker like that. I could probably figure it out. That's just not what I do. But there are a lot of people that come in here that could probably give you some more information about that specifically too. But with the wood lathe, you're going to use hand tools. With the metal lathe, you're going to use the carriage. And you can control some stuff here. There you go. This is the metal lathe. So here's my three-jaw chuck. Here's the ways. It's got a screw down here that runs the carriage automatically. So I'll just turn this on, but you can see the carriage. Here, let me move it over in frame right there we go. So we got it turning. You can engage the carriage to the lead screw, and it makes it go automatically, and you're controlling the, you can control the speed, you can control the rate by adjusting the gears and stuff like that. But again, I'm not a machinist or anything like that, so I wouldn't even try to do some of the stuff that machinists would do. Well, I guess I would. I just wouldn't call myself a machinist. Yeah. But a wood lathe, I would say, gives you a little bit more freedom as far as creativity. But if you were trying to do precision parts, you would be cutting, measuring, until you knew what it was. And if you were just doing single parts, you'd probably end up, well, if you were doing a lot of the same parts, you would probably want to make like a template where you can quickly, be like, oh, I want this. Haha, finally I get to show you. So you'd have like a template, maybe something like this, or, there's a lot of different templates. But basically this is a diameter, so this will tell you the outer diameter, so it's also got, so I wouldn't have to take it off, I could just put it on here and find out what size this actually is. So it looks like 16 is the best fit, 15 is too small. So 16, I'm about 16 millimeter. So if I wanted to verify that, I'd get my calipers. 16 from here. All right, that's it. Where did I get that? Where did I get that measurement? Huh? Yeah, right there. 0. So it's not perfect, right? So this is reading this little thing. I 3D printed this, by the way, and I didn't adjust the size, so I don't know why it's inaccurate. But that says 1514. Let me see. So right here is where it gets tight. So 17, 16, 15. Oh, okay. See, I don't like actually how these numbers are. So it is, okay, that's my bad. So this is 5, this is 6, this is 7, this is 13, this is 14, that is 15. See, I don't even know how to measure, dude. So it is 15, and it is accurate. Here I am, just not knowing how to use the dang tool I just printed. But to be fair, I never used one before. Let's see, what's that from? Where's that from? Where they exaggerate that part too. It's a Canadian show. I don't remember what it was. Letterkenny. That's what it was. But yeah. The tools are different too. Now you can use carbide on either one, but the carbide that you use from a metal lathe would be on something like this. So this is the cutting edge, and then it has to be on the carriage like this. I have seen mods that people have done to make it so you can turn with hand tools, but that's pretty silly. Most people don't go backwards as far as getting a metal lathe first and then a wood lathe. Most people start with a wood lathe and then get a metal lathe. But that doesn't mean you couldn't. Okay. But yeah, when you're shopping around, think about your budget, think about your space, think about you know, how much time you'll be able to spend on learning how to use it in the first place. And then think about the biggest things, right? You want to think about the biggest things that you want to do on the lathe, and that'll kind of guide you to find the size that will be most appropriate for your needs.
Right on, right on.
Of course.
You going to do your shop to work a little bit? Heck yeah.
Thanks a lot, Jesse. I appreciate it. I hope to see you around. I stream pretty much weekly. I didn't last week, but
I'll stream at least once a week.
most of the time. I hope you have fun at your shop, if you're still here. I hope you have fun at your shop.
I was just thinking, I love the workshop. It's fun. Nice. Right where I want it to be. Sweet. Your scroll also has a foot switch. Does that mean you have to hold the pedal down and then it goes, or yeah, or is it just a switch that turns it on? I mean, you know what I want to do when I finish these? Have you ever seen that Rick and Morty where the mom is like, Jerry, I think we need some time apart. And so they're apart, and he finds somebody on another planet that always hunts. She's like, all right, we'll celebrate with a hunt. And then after that, we will hunt. We'll wake up in the morning and go for a hunt. Anyway, I was thinking about that because, well, what I really want to do, instead of finishing all these barrels, is make a different pen. So, once I finish these barrels, I shall celebrate by making another pen. I cracked myself up. But yeah, Jesse, that's what I was talking about. If you're already gone, that's cool. You're all right. But imaginary friend, it's
That's who makes fun of me. An imaginary friend just is like, dude, you need to do better.
I'm like, I know. Giving her all she's got, Captain. Oh, great. Let's see. You push it down to work and move your foot, it stops.
Okay, that's pretty cool. So the power switch,
or the foot pedal is completing the circuit for the thing to turn on. It's pretty cool.
what do people do if they don't have feet?
I'm just kidding.
Does anybody play video games, man? Anybody? If so, what do you play? I like video games. It is one of the few things I can go do that I don't bother Abby. For people that constantly think, I think all the time. And I don't find it exhausting, necessarily. What I do find exhausting is articulating my thoughts. However, that does, I think, help me be a better communicator. Which is a part of why I stream, actually. Because I think it's good. And believe it or not, this is actually kind of like my therapy. So not only am I getting to work with my hands and create things that I want to, but I also get to ramble, and you can choose to hang or not. But it doesn't necessarily change whether I'm going to, it doesn't really change what I'm going to do. At least now it doesn't seem so weird, I guess. Anyway, the reason that I was even talking about that is because I play video games because it kind of occupies my mind when it would otherwise bother Abby. At least it's something that she also wants to talk about in that case. So I guess it's that. I guess it's more of that, huh? The more I think about it. That's interesting. And this is why it's my therapy sesh. As I sit or I chat and I work on problems in my head and voicing them. Sometimes I'll get input, but either way, it helps me organize my thoughts. Fit. Nobody plays video games. It's okay. It's all right. Oh, yeah. got a PS3? Nice. Ever since those things got as expensive as computers, and computers are so much more capable, and you can play on PC with a controller of your choosing. Running too fast. Lawrence, what do you play on PS3? I used to play God of War when it was on PlayStation exclusive. That's literally how I chose what system or console I was going to buy, because I wanted to play God of War. And that was many moons ago, but might even have been the first edition, or first iteration, I guess, of PlayStation and Xbox that I decided that. But it's fun. I like it. I think video games are good for people that like to, well, some video games, right? Not all of them. Some of them I think are good for people that like to constantly solve problems, or, yeah. You have a sniper game? Right on. Assassin's Creed. Right on, man. I used to love Call of Duty. I literally bought the game, never played the campaign. This is like 3 or 4 different Call of Duties, by the way, that I did this same thing. I only wanted to do the competitive play.
Ooh, yeah. Used to play COD. Nice.
Yeah, I enjoyed COD. But I think Call of Duty, I would have to go to like the campaign at this point. I couldn't be doing multiplayer like I used to, at least, because people are so good at video games, man. I can't really compete with them. And then you die from somewhere that you have no idea. You're like, where the heck were you? And then you got it on the kill cam. You're like, how did you even get there? Never mind. I'm not going to play this game. Sammy! How you doing, man? Modern Warfare 2, that's when I started playing Call of Duty. I was deployed, and we would play Call of Duty when...
Well, we were on call, so when we were on call,
we would play Call of Duty.
and that's kind of when I first started playing, at least Call of Duty. It's like, dudes, why do y'all want to play this game? This is what we're doing.
Okay, we're not running around a map and schwacking people, okay? I don't mean it like that. It's like, this is the environment that we're already in. We're in a foreign country. We're picking people up that, you know, got injured on the battlefield. So, but I enjoyed it. And then I thought I'd like it again later on, but I tried it in the, like I said, there's some of the people in that game now are just so good. The part that I really liked about the video game, it's not enjoyable. My kill death ratio, my KDR, would probably be, you know, 50 or less. The 50, like a 0.5. Yeah. Heck yeah. I appreciate you doing that, Sammy. What type of stuff do you do, man? Are you in a workshop, or are you like at work? Like office or...
But now I play World of Warcraft, and my God, I felt like such a dork.
You felt like such a dork saying that in the first place, by the way.
But then I gave it a chance, and I really enjoy it.
Like, I was even like, all right, fine, I'll make a character kind of thing. And then I made a priest,
And, well, I still play Priest. And I started a long time ago. But it's a funny, kind of funny.
IT project, right on. Working from home? Yeah, me too.
Maybe one day I'll actually have a brick and mortar store.
I've mentioned it here before, but I'd love to have a brick and mortar store,
Like a storefront that has a place in the back.
so I'm kind of imagining like a combination of like a cigar shop. Instead of like cigars, they would be pins, and then the other thing would be like having a little place in the back, like a woodcraft or a rockler. But that's kind of the idea that I was thinking about. If we ever did open a brick and mortar store, it would be so I can just be turning in the back. We'd hire someone to run the front desk, and then, you know, we take on some other people that would be able to do some of the other tasks. Your computer quit. Not gonna get another one. I hear you.
I hear you.
Many moons ago, I built mine and Abby's computer. And I was able to do a pretty good build for a good, much less. The specs that I was able to get were less than retail, but that's not quite the same case anymore. I think that there's a lot of people that build computers and they get good deals and they're able to build it for much cheaper. So, and then also the ones that are retail, like Alienware, for example, it's not made by the same people. I'm pretty sure those people went off to MSI. They were at Dell, right? Dell, Alienware was the gaming iteration of Alienware was the gaming iteration of Dell. But most people don't know that, unless you know about computers and Alienware. But some people that have heard Alienware wouldn't necessarily think that that was a Dell. But at least at that time it was. I don't know if it still is. I haven't looked in years. Not able to do as far as, oh yeah, man, antivirus. That is like one thing I think Apple does right. Now you're paying like a pretty penny for an Apple computer, but I think that them having the antivirus and thing is very convenient, is what I'll say about that. But yeah, it can be very frustrating. Like the computer that I bought
From Best Buy, because I didn't want to build another one, because it was actually cheaper to buy
a brand new one because of all the GPUs and stuff. So I wanted to build a computer like a year and a half ago or so now. But yeah, that was when the GPUs were all doing the crypto mining, and the GPUs were crazy expensive, and all the importing and exporting and getting the components to make the graphics card. It was like, oh my God. No thanks. So the big companies ended up with a better deal than those that were trying to buy individual parts and put their computer together like that. So kind of interesting that I got more bang for the buck buying a built computer with the specs that I want versus piecing all of them together. So. Let's see. You're trying to figure out how to print things from your iPad? Good luck, man. Good luck. You could probably buy a computer secondhand at pretty inexpensive. There's another place that you can get like pretty like newer computers, I think. It's called the Newegg. Yeah, it's called Newegg. This is Loki. This is my German short-haired pointer. He likes to sneak out sometimes, just to sniff under the garage. Hey, buddy. So yeah, put me down. I don't want to be up here. Let's see. You'd say for home use, don't bother with antivirus, as Windows comes with Defender. Oh, Sammy, that's good to know, man. I appreciate you telling me that. I mean, I'm lazy and I didn't do it, and cheap and I didn't buy it, so that is reassuring that it's not that big a deal. Let's see. Right on, Lawrence, no worries. The printer has AirPrint, then it will work without. That's nice. That is one of those things about Apple, man. They have made it. They have integrated into people's lives so much so that it's so convenient. I don't know. It makes it hard, you know. Now I have a Windows computer for gaming, because that was the majority of what I was going to do with it. So I bought my computer to game on it, but I also do video editing on it, and the graphics cards for it is just really good. I think I have a 4070 Ti in my computer. Not this computer. This computer that I stream on is the one that I built, like, my goodness, probably 15 years ago now. But it's got a 1050 Ti and it's got an i5 processor in it. So it's not fantastic, but it does the job. I had an Alienware before, the Alienware 17, and I traveled a lot, so that's why I had a laptop. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten a laptop. But I fried the motherboard. Whoops. The motherboard broke. Or it fried. There was just a puff of smoke and it was done. Let's see. No credit card or debit card? Not allowed to have one? Hey man, I think that presents a whole interesting set of different challenges, and then no one is more creative than the one that has nothing, that needs, I forgot how it went, but it's something about necessity. And the ones that don't have anything in order to create that necessity have to get creative in order to make that happen. So I don't remember exactly how that expression goes, so my bad. But something to the effect of necessity inspires creativity, and if I already have wood and I already have you get a prepaid card, yeah, that's not a bad idea. There it is. What you doing?
We did the mega regulars. There was one more, and I don't know where it went.
Okay. All right. See the shoulder? Almost. It's probably, if I had to guess, it's going to be a 1.25 to 1.3 difference here. So let's check it. Let's check it. So we're at 0. The way that I'm going to do this is I'm going to start the larger part here. Yep. And then I'm going to 0. And I'm going to drop it down here. Yeah, you see that? Instead of 1.2 to 1.3. So we want a 1.5. I knew it didn't look right. Yet, almost though. Those confuse you, tried it and kept messing it up. But my cap is only 0.04 off from what it's supposed to be, which is pretty awesome. And that will get sanded away during the sanding. That was 15. 14, 16. Okay, a little bit more. Man, Lawrence, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. When I try to spend money, it just goes. I wish I had issues spending money sometimes. Maybe even more often. I don't know. Something like that. I don't buy a lot of stuff. Unless it's, for this. This is primarily what I spend money on. Unfortunately, small business tax deduction sort of stuff is done differently. And so, in some ways, for the business specifically, your dollar goes a little bit further when you think about it that way. And the reason is, because your tax rate is different when you have a business. This is not legal advice, by the way. Yeah. You're in charge of your own finances. What RPMs am I using? It looks pretty slow. Yeah, it is. For the sanding, when I use the file, or when we do sanding and polishing, or not sanding and polishing, just the sanding. We turn it at about 750 to 900 RPM, somewhere in there, and we found that keeps a good surface contact, and it also makes sure that that it's turning slow enough so it doesn't kind of wiggle around when you're doing it. But yeah, it's about 800. 800's what I sand at. I turn, well, when I'm turning with the round, I turn it about 32, and then sometimes I'll be at like 22 to 25 when I'm just doing like the little stuff, but then I'll crank it back up and do the rest of it. So that's a good observation, Sammy. It is slower indeed. I learned the hard way many times that if you try, well, I was an idiot and I tried to turn like this before. And when you do that, you can see it's wobbling. When you turn it up even more, and then you introduce like a tool to it, it's also quite wobbly. Now there is a rod inside that creates like a little bit of an internal support structure aspect, but the hole that I drill is larger than that support is actually filling, if that makes sense. But yeah, if I was to come in and then try to sand like this or something, just do it. You can see that I only, let me do it a little bit more. That'll be sufficient. So, this will hopefully reveal what I'm talking about here. So, basically, so you saw that I had it like wide open and it was going. This side is very light, and this side is rougher. So let me get an expo marker here. It's got the chisel tip. So we can kind of see maybe a little bit. This might reveal it. I don't know. But ultimately what it does is it makes it turn wonky. No, not doing a good job. My bad. Just take my word for it. If you don't turn it supported, you're going to end up with tips that are not centered. And then if you're also turning too fast, it'll also make it so when you're sanding, it won't necessarily level itself back out. It will cause you to have maybe an oblong type of thing. So big pulpit pit, you're right. Gotcha. It's all right, Lawrence. And that comes back to what I was talking about. When it comes to turning, doesn't matter what you got. You can turn. You got something. You got something. And it's a pretty level playing field because most people don't grow up turning. I didn't know what a lathe was until about 6 years ago.
And then I pretty much fell in love with it, and I was already married, so
I did have a kind of funny idea because I was thinking, you know, I love my lathes, so they probably should have a name. And when I was looking at the one-way lathe, I was like, you know what would be a good name? Kind of like a spin on Tiffany, but I was going to call it Tariffany because the tariffs would add about $750 to the full price.
so that would have just been. I just thought it would have been funny.
Universal content.
Sounds like you've niched down quite well, sir.
What's that? This is a barrel of a fountain pen that I'm working on.
I make pens.
Yeah, $750. Mm-hmm. $750, and that's just the tariff part of it. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know about these whole tariffs and stuff, but you know, it is inconvenient. I will say, might be good, but might be bad. But either way, it's inconvenient to me right now. When I was, or at the time, I guess, when I was looking at buying a lathe. Because I would have had to, I even like called the person, got him to price it all out and all that jazz. And he's like, yeah, well, we might be able to get it to you before the tariffs hit. But if we don't, then it'll be an extra $750. And I was like, God, good grief. I know everybody's probably got their own opinions on the different things like that, but I haven't quite looked at reasonings, so until I have a better understanding of why, then I just kind of don't worry about it. And just accept that that's the way things are now. Because there's also not much that I can do about it.
So instead of worrying about those things,
I would be worried more about how I'm going to continue to be on the winning side, at least the not losing side
of all of it, as best as I can. At least that's the goal, right? So you got a goal. You might not hit the goal, but at least you knew what you were aiming at, I guess.
You obviously want to position yourself in a way that you can win, but if you can't do that, at least position yourself in a way that you don't lose. If you can. You know, obviously it's not going to be perfect. It won't be a perfect thing for everybody, but that's kind of my goal, I guess, when it comes to that stuff.
Let's see. What's that?
It is, yeah. Sorry, I got a little sidetracked there. Let me get the nib right quick. Here we go. So this is a fountain pen, and this is in need of an adjustment for one. But this is a fountain pen that started as a rod. So it started as a blank. I don't have any more of these, but basically it starts as a shiny plastic stick that people make, and then I cut them into different components, and then I drill them out, thread them with the measuring and everything, and then you turn them in, or I turn them into a pen. And this is known as like a bespoke or kitless pen, because there's a very specific target audience for these types of writing instruments. Because the nibs don't really change. You can get them ground differently if you wanted to from different nib grinders and nib meisters and stuff like that. But
It's a pen. You gotta name my lathe spin monkey. Yeah, no worries, no worries.
I'm just giving you a hard time, just a little bit, because I like you. I like that you came here. You're not going to be doing these today, are you? You can see she's definitely not going to be doing these today. But there we go. These pins are all ready for their next step. So this is what I was working on today. Hey! An ad came up. I'm watching it on a different account so I can see if there's an ad coming up, and there it is. What the heck? Am I still alive? Not alive. Am I still alive? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Well, I didn't do that. I guess 6.5 hours is when they want to do ads, even though I've got them all turned off. Anywho, what I was saying is this here are what I was working on. These are going to be the Florida show pins. And, yeah. So not like the show pen, right? I showed you that one already. These are the theme and the specific ones that we made for this show. So they might be available if they do not sell out entirely. If they did. But yeah, they're all done. I need to go back and make sure that the nib is fitting where I want it to in the section, So there is still that. Thank you, Sammy. Are you a turner, man? I think I asked you that yesterday, and you were just mostly interested in watching and learning for now. Is that right? I think that's right. If I recall correctly. And I appreciate that. Kind of did a little bit of a mix. So the caps match the section. Not yet, still learning. I hear you. Hear you. Well, there are a lot of good resources out there. I obviously focus on pin making, and if that's something that interests you, then sure. I stream a lot. I do my best to answer questions as thoroughly as possible, ad nauseum. Some people would say, probably. But yeah, I love tournaments. Where are you from? Are you in the States? I'm in North Carolina. Ew. Only looked at it a couple months ago now. Right on. Dude, I'd say go for it. Go for the gusto. And if you really wanted to, you could probably find a club near you. So the club that I have near me, the closest one, is called Waxhaw Woodturners. So think about big, not necessarily big cities, but think about cities that are near you that have a good population, and you might be able to find a club or something like that that meets once a month. Ah, the UK, right on. Right on. Is that how you found Ben? Is that how you found Ben? Because he's UK too, right? But he does much larger things in hollow forms and bowls and that type of stuff. I pretty much just well, not pretty much. I do just make pins, diamond painting pins. But yeah, if you're looking at it as a hobby, whew, I think it's fantastic. Because you will, yeah, Ben's from Denmark. That's right. That's right. But yeah, I do like minimalist type of turning too. People that make bowls, I would say, are also like minimalist. So you got the bowl blank and the blank whatever it is that you're going to do. But yeah, I try not necessarily to use kits that have hardware. It's nothing against them. It's just that is typically what I go for. Let's see if this fits that. I don't know if I'll be able to tighten that collet up enough for that. Oh well. But this is called a collet chuck, if you didn't know. And it's, I think some people also call them engineering chucks because they're pretty straight all the way through, and they hold it very straight. You tighten it, the whole thing is compressing. So it gets a good hold on the stuff. Yeah, functional art. I love it. I love it. It wasn't until relatively recently that I thought of myself as an artist. And I was like, that's so weird sounding. It's so weird. I don't know if I'm so comfortable with it yet. But I like to make things. It's what brings me joy. Alright. We're going to change gears and move to nib holders. So those pins are done. I'm going to work on the nib holders. I think for that ebonite pin that I was going to make, I'll probably just do that in its own video or own live, I mean. But yeah. But there's so many different types of materials and different types of materials, and you know, each person also has their own story of how they got to where they are at this point. Like where you are now is kind of because of the decisions that you've made up to that point. At least that's what I also agree with when I heard it. But yeah, each pin kind of has its own little story of how it was designed, how the color scheme that is. So it's nice that there's a little bit of like sentimental value and things like that. Okay, I need to find the larger part, I think. Alright, so this will be plan B. Right here, this will be plan B. But it'll cause a channel in here because that is the only part that's actually being held. So if it slips, it'll give it a little ring on the piece, which will be no bueno. Okay, we're going to try to turn between centers first though. Boom. Clear this off. I know that I'm going to make another mess, but I'm going to move the tools around, the banjo around. For the most part, I like to keep clean too. And then move it around so I don't have to worry about it being like tilted. Some of the moves being under it just happen. I don't know. But I suppose it would. And I don't want it. It's also kind of a funny thing that the different little lessons that you learn become, you know, become a thing sometimes with that you do your best to avoid, or it creates different routines for you. That's just the way it goes. Turn something. I did. I just turned the vacuum off. You go turn something. How are you, Surrett? All right. I'm already anticipating this not going how I want it to. But hopefully, don't need this. Look at all those laughs and smiley faces. Thanks. Thanks. I thought it was funny too.
turn something, man. What you think I've been doing? What you think I've been doing? Okay. Are you a turner, Surratt?
And I apologize if I am not pronouncing that correctly, by the way. Giving it my best shot.
Oh, this is the one. So I have different bushings that are different sizes, and I want the sanding and polishing one to be a little longer than the turning one. Because it keeps it closer to the ends. Get out of here, tripping hazard. Alright, so if you were here towards the beginning of the stream, this is, I guess, about 5 hours, about 5 hours ago. Something like that. But I prepared these with a over on my metal lathe. I had a tool that offset the tailstock, and so that's how I got the tapered cut in the first place. So yeah, that's what you're looking at here. So all of them are going to be like this because I have already gotten them to that point. Vinny, bringing any blanks to sell in Orlando? Yeah, man, we could. We always have some that we have, and the reason we do that is to kind of show people that are not familiar with how the pins are made, and kind of show them. You know, kind of where it began. So we'll definitely have blanks, but if there was some specifically that you were looking to get, let me know. We could probably make that happen. But yeah, we will certainly have some. Well, actually, we'll have 2 tables. Yeah, we'll probably bring a decent amount. For the DC show, we didn't bring very many because we only had 1 table. But for the Orlando, we have 2 tables. Right here is where it went a little wonky.
I mean, it would be better for. Actually, you know what would be awesome? Hey, Abby. Vinny wants to know if we're bringing blanks to Orlando. That's what I was wondering, and this is not my wheelhouse. This would be your wheelhouse. All right, Vinny. I got the blank lady here. Nothing.
Hey, Vinny. Any particular colors or blanks or whatever that you're looking for? Because I do usually bring some, but not a lot, because we find most of the time it shows we'll sell like a couple blanks to other vendors, but other than that, it's more for just showing customers that that's how they start out. So any particular colors or themes or whatever you want, because I've got some that are sets of blanks, if that's the way that you like it. I do not have mocha mousse. I think I have some black prismatic. I think I have some alchemy. I will check for pumpkin spice, or pour some pumpkin spice. It's about that time of year anyways. So if it's black prismatic, it's probably going to be random ones, unless I re-pour them, which I might. I'm going to actually grab my phone. I'm going to take a picture. Picture request. How many blanks are you looking to go? So then I know how many to make or bring of each, or to bring similar ones. It's very nice. Oh. Two or three of each. Okay. So I will do my best to make sure I have some with me.
It's kind of crazy you do your blanks, by the way.
What?
You do a blank.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you for paying attention and caring about what colors I make. But yeah, sounds good. I will try to either get some poured or find some of each. Probably not mocha mousse. I don't know that I'm going to remake that one. But the other ones, we'll see. Come see us, and I'll have other stuff there too. But yeah, like I said, we are driving, so I could bring stuff, but we don't usually bring a ton of blanks.
We also have 2 tables.
I think I sold like 4 blanks this year at show, and last year was like maybe 6 blanks.
Is he looking for bespoke specifically?
Oh, yeah, you're looking for bespoke rods, correct? Probably. The mocha mousse is more of, if it was like our exclusive this year.
What?
It was like it was the color of the year pen, mocha mousse.
No.
Yeah. Anyways, I will do that. Get to work on it tomorrow. Getting some at least.
Are you talking to me then?
No,
Why do you keep looking at me?
I'm just
Thinking
watching.
you're talking
I'm
to
just
me.
watching what you're doing. Yeah, 2 or 3 each bespoke. Cool. I will bring some, and then I will bring some other ones that I think you might like, and you are welcome to pick through them and decide which ones. Gross, you get to go in timeout. Bye. Timeout for you. We take no nonsense here.
Time out.
I know.
24 hours.
Timeout for you. Yeah. I will make sure I have some cool ones. I'm gonna go back to standing.
You got time for that nonsense.
Evie should be home soon.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Cool. What are we doing for sustenance?
Chicken.
Sweet. I like chicken. That's a little offset, huh? That's good enough. Okay, well that one went all right. Now I'm going to give it a whirl with the collet. See how that goes. Hey, how you doing? Wait a second. Is your name said hi? Wait a second. That's confusing. But how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. I'm John. You just saw Abby. She is the blank maker, sander, polisher, finisher of all these pins that we make. Well, that I make. She's the finisher of all the pins that I make. But she makes the blanks and that. Okay. This configuration is obviously going to be a bit different. So, the taper is already set. I don't need to really worry about that. My main concern actually is this just slipping and then cutting into it and then needing to sand it in a way later on that's just going to be annoying. So this, obviously, wobbly, no problem. No problem. Because I got this. We're going to support it. Hand tightened for efficiency's sake. Bring this. Okay. The sequence that we have to do this is different. So this is going to come out. Repeat it. This is going to come out. So instead of the mandrel being a different size, live center. So it could be a different size. Boom. Just like that. And then, as far as sequence of events, what needs to happen, this needs to be not quite set. It needs to be in place, and then extend this to where we want it, which is going to be a little bit further, so I won't have to move it very much. So here, good, lock it in. And then, I haven't tightened this yet, right? This is loose. I'm going to push this back. This is locked. And then, I'm going to tighten this just a little bit while advancing. There. Now, should be wonky. I mean, it wouldn't turn wonky either way because I've got it between centers. There. Now it's set. So we're going to give it a push. Now we're set.
See, now I don't have to worry about the vibrations. I don't have to worry about that.
Perfect. Disengage. Retreat! And remove. Now see, this is the other part of it now that has got to be addressed. Now, what I did before actually was a happy little accident. Bob Ross. What Bob Ross says, happy little accident, putting trees over here. That kind of stuff. There you are. And this is what I was talking about. So I made this initially to be like that, right? So we're in a similar position now, but then when you remove it, you still have a similar problem, but flipped it around, and then this whole area will have enough pressure for me to just take care of that little bit. So I think I'm gonna go back to, I'm gonna try the other jaws again and see how that goes. The 4-jaw chuck, that is. So that way I can flip it around and then do it again and not have to swap anything. Because we're not just wondering if it's going to work, we want to be efficient. I do know that it would be better that if I made this piece in the chuck and then it would just work. A rubber sleeve, that is a good thing, a good question. I do have rubber, and I have tried it on the jaws here. 3D printed custom mirror 32. Oh yeah. Well, when I did this in the first place, I didn't have a collet, or I didn't have a 3D printer. I mean. But I still think we're gonna do just fine. But because this is new, I want to do my best to find the most concentric place for it. So I'm going to use this. And this is, I'm going to put this here, and then I'm going to advance it to hopefully make it centered. But yeah, I suppose I could print something now. I've tried all these different things before. I am actually just trying to find the one that I like the most. Nice. Well, that worked perfectly. Okay. Now, good. Can anybody tell me if tightening the different keys actually makes a difference? Because I see people do it all the time, and I'm like, does that actually make a difference? Always wondered. But you can't necessarily just ask that question to the internets. But yeah, I didn't actually have a 3D printer at the time. Just a little bit more out here. Put that in, set that. Here we go. Look at that. Oh. See? You need to print it. Don't need to print anything, huh? All I need to do is a tiny little bit here. Because it's already got the taper, I just need to make it uniform. That's it. That's literally all I had to do there. Okay, not literally. Okay. Nope. Now that's literally all I had to do there. Yeah, there we go. That's how I'm going to do this. Boom. And then that's the only mark. Right here, there's a little ring. Like a shiny ring part right there. That's all there is. That ain't no biggie. Ain't no thing. That may just be yeah, I mean, it could be right. Wonky wonky. Smooth, baby. This low level TPU filament will be perfect. It behaves like rubber. Ooh. Alright, alright. That's awesome. I am pretty new to 3D printers, so yeah. That's awesome. Am I gonna have to reposition this all the time? That'd be annoying. That's the case.
You do it? Is this how you make the nib holders? Or do you use the filament, I mean? Use the filament to make the nib holders? I got the Bamboo Labs P1S, and that thing is so nice right out of the box, pretty much. Somebody said it took like 5 minutes to set up, but they were obviously exaggerating because unless you knew what you were doing. I guess that would be the exception. Maybe it would have taken me only 5 minutes if I knew exactly what I was doing. But otherwise, it actually took me like 30 minutes. Abby was reading the instructions. I was taking out the little screws that it says remove, and that. You know. I also need to make more stratified pins too. The X1C, is that a Bamboo Labs? I'm not sure. Okay, cool. You run like a print farm or anything? Or you just have that bad boy for your projects that you got and stuff? And enhancing the capabilities and whatnot. Oh, the flagship model? Man, now I need to take a look at this pen. It's the X1C. Let's see. X1C. Oh, okay. The X1 carve. Nice. Well, I mean, I gotta say, it looks almost identical to the one that we have, just a different color. And I don't know if it actually performs any different, but that is not going to work. It's nice and smooth right here and right here. It's still this area that's not nice, as nice.
Okay. We don't like that. But we've been running that printer like a lot. We're definitely enjoying our time learning it and making different. Yeah, making different components and stuff is really cool. Come on, baby. Get up in there. All right. I need to crank this.
I'm gonna smooth this face off a bit here.
There. Now it's not so rough. There. What? Oh, that little bit was the one holding it in place. All right, fine. Maybe I'm just trying too hard. My bad. Oh, you trying to learn fusion? Nice, dude. Once you do figure it out, that'll be super valuable. All right, let's try this again. And we're back. Yes, sir. Thank you so much for letting me know. Sometimes sometimes I'll be streaming and nobody will say a thing. Not y'all. Y'all will always tell me. Kevin, Lawrence, Vinny, Sammy now. Yeah. Y'all let me know. Okay. Let's see how well this fits now, or where this is fitting. That's what I'm talking about, man. Almost. It's too wrong. So, if you didn't know, this is, I got this idea because I was thinking about a jam chuck. And so I thought it would work out nicely like a jam chuck does. But it would appear that I might need to go back to the drawing board. Come on now. Where's my reamer? Is that it? No. Where are you at? All right. See, sometimes I'm here and we're just trying stuff out, okay? And I have done this in the past, all right? So it's not like brand spanking new to me, although I have yet to refine my process to how I like it. All right. Need to open it a bit more. Not too much. Now what I don't want is pressure on these little areas right here, this little area right here. So we're we're gonna cut a corner or do something smarter, I guess, here. So 963, so that's about that's a 3/8 drill bit, you think? Here. Hey, what's up? How you doing? There we go.
Nope. Still not quite. Come on, John. You're better than this. Come on. 23 64s.
Yeah. I don't want to open it too much, but it's got to be able to go past that. So
there's so long money.
I can't pronounce your name or your handle or whichever that is that I'm looking at. I don't know how to pronounce that. You don't want to butcher it up. Trying. All right, time to bring out the big guns. Boom. So we tried a 23/64, we tried a 3/8, so 25 or 13, how about 27? Maybe one of these days I will do a video of me going through all the different drill bits, just drilling a hole in an ascending order manner, which leaves room for a part 2 where I'll start and go the other way. Hey Vinny, right on, man. I appreciate you hanging out. Dude, this has been a 7-hour stream so far. But thanks a lot, man, for hanging out. I appreciate you. There we go. That is where I wanted it to be. All right. So hopefully, as we start getting everything else dialed in, that will be one, the taper set, and two, hopefully it'll be the standard size that I would need. Onyx! What's up, Onyx? It was a marathon, but it was fun. Hey, this is a normal day in the office, Vinny. This is a normal day in the office. Okay, so this is now set. I can remove this. Or can I?
Try catching next Tim.
Tim, what was his name? Tim,
Costello. Tim Yoder. Yoder.
I'm gonna back it up, advance it a bit more. All right, that is far enough down to where I'm not concerned about it. All right, let's see how that goes. Let's get a new one. And to be clear, I'm not necessarily trying to figure out how to do this anymore, because I am able to accomplish it or make it, but I want something that's going to be easy and repeatable. Oh. Tighten that bad boy up. Okay. Let's see how this is going to turn here. Okay, let's give it a whirl. Let's give this one a turn, eh? Nah. Like that? Yes, there it is.
Is this the winner right here? See shortly.
Okay. Ooh. Ooh, it works out even better. Okay. I don't need to do this side, but I just wanted to see if I did have to fix that, if it would even work. And look at that, it's spinning true. It will work. Okay, let me see one more thing. I'm going to back this off a little bit more so I have a little bit more room. There it is. All right. Well, there we go. Boom. Easy peasy when you got the setup right. It's over here. So I guess it's even more important that I do the taper turning correctly, which is interesting. Okay, I don't want to cram it in too hard, so I can see how little I can put it in and get away with.
Okay, let's try. Here we go again. Nice and easy.
Okay. All right, moment of truth. How easy is this to pull back out? Yeah, not bad. Hardly any mark. There we go. Okay, so this is the only part I have to deal with now, which is nice. And it doesn't actually need attention. It's turning quite smooth already. So I'm actually not even going to mess with it at all. But you can see more or less the line that it was in here at. Look at that. See, this one's free of charge for you. You want to get into nib holder making? There you go. You know what? I actually want it to be thinner. Of course I do. It might seem stupid that I put this back in, but I did put it back in on purpose, by the way. And the reason is because when I push it into this side, I don't want it to collapse my my hole that I have here. I want the hole to stay exactly how it is. And this also gives me another opportunity to hit this if I haven't yet, or I could even shorten it a bit. If I really wanted to, I suppose.
So let's see how this turns.
When I see very straight lines, it doesn't look necessarily like it was made by hand. It very well could be, and they just, whoever made whatever it was, but it could be fine. It's just if it looks too straight or flat, makes me wonder. But if you did want to make whatever project you're working on flat as possible, that's why I have a file here. So it's a tip that I've been sharing for quite a while because, well, it's super helpful. Super duper helpful. Until you get to like this high point here, that's not going to do well with, I don't know if any turning with a tool, maybe at a slow speed. Well, that made it a little bit better. Oh yeah, look at that. Well, if you could feel that, you would feel the difference. Boom. Look at that. Once we get all set up, we're just cranking them now. Cranking them out. Once you finally figure out the way you're going to go about it, you'll be good to go. Now, design-wise, a part of why you want this end a little bit thicker is because, well, the reason I want it a little bit thicker is because I anticipate people trying to put components in there, which is what, you know, the intent, but you want to make sure that it doesn't like but I want to make sure that it is strong enough. That's what it is. Sorry. So I keep the opening a little bit thicker so it has more material, so when you try to expand it or it changes temperature, it'll try to open up. We don't want that. The more material, the more it takes to heat up. Couple wiggles, and then it pops out. Look at that. Okay. This is kind of what I was talking about. Now, I think if I were to do a dip, this is good for people that write like this, right? So this is one dip for these fingers, and then there's another dip kind of in the middle that just creates a little space for your thumb. Because some people, like my wife, she writes like this sometimes, and you can see her thumb going at it when she does. I write like this, but you can hold it down here, or you can have your thumb back here. So I need to still make this a little bit thinner. So when I go back to the tapering, when I do the tapering part, I want to change the angle. So it'll make it a bit different. So right there is basically my starting point where I need to start making an adjustment. And then this outer side is a little thicker than I want it to be, so we're going to start at the very end, cut just a little bit, and then go for the ride, man. Can you make left-handed pins? It's funny that you say that. I was about to do an April Fool's. Because some pins are, but from my understanding, left-handed pins, they're a different grind, and I don't grind nibs yet. But there is a possibility of it in the future. So hopefully by next year I will have built up my skills for that. But you know, it's not the pin itself, it's the grind of the nib. It slants it instead of being straight in the middle, or straight down the middle. But yeah, I was gonna do an April Fool's and make a left-handed diamond painting pin, but somebody tried to buy it, and somebody was like, "Oh yeah, that's awesome," and it literally looks the same. I put it side by side, and that's like, oh god, I guess I can't do this kind of April Fool's, because I don't want to make them feel silly, and I don't want to appear silly either, because maybe there is a left-handed pin that I don't know about, but it's like, oh my gosh. You left-handed? My daughter's left-handed. All right, so we got a little 240 right here. So we're just gonna smooth it out a little bit more here. There we go. That is one of the drawbacks with the file, I will say too, is sometimes if you're going up a slope and then you go back, so like if I've got the file and I'm going up the slope and then I go back, sometimes it'll tilt and then it'll create a big old gouge in there. So something to be aware of if yeah, just something to be aware of. And then that's, I guess, my solution on how I fix that, but maybe there's something better. That's just 240 grit. Okay. This is what we got left. What we got left. Almost there. And I will have met my quota for today. I think the boss will let me leave. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You know, I actually like this setup more, I'll be honest, because sometimes these need to be shortened a bit. Because I do a drill, I drill it in, and I'm using a drill bit that has a point on it, kind of like a Forstner bit kind of thing. So it's got a point, and I do that because I need the center start, and I also need this diameter. So in a way, this actually solves two problems at the same time. So it's taken me a long time to actually, it took me a long time to figure that out, but I figured it out years ago. Yeah, I used to do the drilling of diamond painting pins that way. I used to use a Forstner bit to face it and get a pilot hole. Then I would switch to the 7/32 drill bit and do my hole, and then I would be good to go. But that was incredibly inefficient, so I designed, or I got somebody else to make something that would be better. But you don't necessarily need custom tools until
you, I guess, you come across a project that needs them.
It's like buying tools that you don't need.
So we want this pretty much flat, and then I want it to appear that there's like a slight dip down there. But I don't actually really want it to be exaggerated like the front one here.
But hey, Sammy, if you think of questions, man, don't feel free to ask or write them down, and then
As you're getting everything together or determining whether you're going to start getting things together,
feel free to ask. I know Ben is also a wealth of knowledge when it comes to different machines and stuff like that too. So just know that you have some resources to reach out to, is basically what I'm saying. And that goes for everybody else too, by the way. But I know that you are at the am I going to do it or am I not going to do it stage. Boom. So you see how thick this is? We don't want it that thick. So that's a part of why this is also sequence-wise why it's good, because I know that this is how I want it, but this part needs to be adjusted a little bit. And so when it comes to the sequencing of doing that, this actually works out great. You might not be able to see it, but at the very end here, it's a little wavy, and we don't want that either. So
that's why we come in here with a straight edge and flatten it all out, make it uniform, and also not too deep. And then next is to decrease that rim size there. Nice. Okay, almost. One more pass here, I think, will be good.
Oh, I hear you on that, Sammy. My kids drove me nuts over the summer. But I used to have my 10-year, well, she was 9 at the time. I had my 9-year-old on the metal lathe, and all she had to do was pull it out, pull one of the pieces out that I was working on. It's not this, but it was a different thing. But what she was doing was just reducing the size of the diameter of the blank, and she loved it. Anytime I ask if she wants to help, she's like, "Yeah, you need me to turn anything down?" She really enjoyed it because she was holding the vacuum and she's just running the carriage, and yeah, she had a good time. So I'm happy about that. But they're still not. How old's your kid, by the way? I have a 12-year-old and a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old. Boom. I should go ahead and mention that when you dry sand, the surface really heats up, and it's not that big a deal on this particular thing, but if it heats up too much and the material is thin, it'll start warping. It'll get soft and then it'll change its shape, which is obviously not what you want. He's 10? Heck yeah, that's awesome. I got 2 girlies. All right, well that one's actually, that's the other thing about sandpaper too, is as you get to a point, all the grit basically, it fills up and it doesn't actually scratch the surface as much anymore. And so that also causes it to build up friction faster because there's more surface contact. This, you have like, if you think about sandpaper, like, I don't know, like peaks and valleys, or lands and grooves, or high points and low points. Basically, when the sandpaper is new, it's got more high and low points, but over time it will reduce to being basically one flat surface. We don't want that. It means that it's not really all that abrasive for one, and it also is a heat generator, like I said. Double trouble? Oh my goodness. You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. Those boogers. Those little boogers, man. Let's see. Am I gonna? this is another profile that people really like. We took some of these to the DC pin show, and not necessarily this one in particular, but ones like it, and people really liked them. And it's funny because after I did that shape, Abby's like, I hate it. I said, I didn't make it for you.
So it's sometimes funny. She said, yeah, but I gotta sell it. It's like, yeah. Or not. If somebody doesn't want it, they won't buy it. If they want it, they'll buy it. This really hurts getting hit by. You could probably have guessed that, but I'm just letting you know firsthand that it does.
Not so much that it like breaks your hand or anything, but
it hurts.
my lathe speed is like 1500, I think, somewhere around there, if you were wondering. So the variable speed is pretty much a non-negotiable, even though I pretty much don't use the reverse. If you get a variable speed, there's a high probability that it's also going to have a reverse too. Reverse is not a selling point for me personally. If I wanted to turn a pin backwards, what you can do is you can just take it and then flip it the other way, and that will actually be going the opposite direction, if that makes sense. So I'll show you right quick, because I'm about to flip this one. So it's going this way. So the lathe turns towards you. It turns towards the tool rest. So it's turning this way, right? I've got this arrow. It's turning this way. Now, if you wanted to turn it backwards, like in reverse, I mean, you could. Here, let me show you that first. So mine has a reverse and it has a forward. So this is forward. And then if you don't have a reverse, just switch it around. If you can, right? So my lathe is still in forward, by the way. So you can see, like, I draw an arrow because that is actually how I ended up understanding that in the first place, which is kind of funny and sad at the same time. But yeah, that's how it did it. Now it's the opposite orientation. Now it'll spin towards me. I'll turn that speed up a bit though. And see, this one is a little too long, so I need to reduce that. Let's see. I'm pretty sure, if you didn't know, that there is a London pin show
I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but if you were into pins, like I am, there is a London pin show, there's a pin show in Japan, there is a lot of different shows around the States, the United States, here. There's a few on the East Coast, there's a few on the West Coast, and then there's some in the middle. But we're getting close to the season winding down before it gets started back up. I think there's a couple more shows this year. There's only a handful of shows left this year, but I want to say that there's in the vicinity of like 12 to 15 shows total. At least, I think so. I don't know. I'd have to get back to you on how many there are, but there's around that many. There's a Chicago, there's a New York, there's a DC, there's a Florida, there's a Miami. So there's an Orlando and a Miami as far as Florida goes. What else we got? There's 2 or 3 California shows. So there's quite a few pin shows. Stationery is also extremely popular. So if you were into leather work, that's also a good avenue. If you make friends with like pin makers or other crafters of sorts, then you can probably get your leather, if you made leather stuff, but you could probably get that moving pretty quickly too. I am not a leather worker, although I appreciate it and I love things that are leather. So one of these days I might end up not learning it necessarily, but you know, not being horrible, not being oblivious. I want to get that a little smaller actually. One of my dream shows is the Japanese pin shows. I really want to go to Japan at some point. I don't care if I go as a vendor. I just want to go to the show. It'd be more fun as a vendor, I think. I kind of forget that some people don't know how I go about pin shows, but when I go to a pin show, I wander around most of the time, and I leave Abby at the table. But not all the time, right? I'm there at least half the time, but I'm also gone half the time. So this is the gouges that I was talking about that you can get from the tool if it was spinning too fast, which is exactly what happened, unfortunately, but that's all right. What am I doing? Great question. Thank you for asking. I am turning nib holders. I'm working on nib holders right now. These are, well, I'm sanding a nib holder, but yeah. These will be good for dip pens. Dip, like, you dip it in the ink and then you have it. But yeah, that is what I'm doing. I am pretty sure that I have seen you here before, Cece. Or am I mistaken? Have I seen you here before? That one's going to need to be trimmed down a bit and... Alright, no, just trim down a little bit.
I wanted to go ahead and seat the bushing before trying to shove it in, because this will continue to push it until it sets.
All right, we're going to do a couple close ones now. So this particular style here will make it so the user's fingers are closer to the end
Of the pin, closer to where they're writing.
right? Because you have to factor in the ½ inch or so that
The piece is sticking out, so it'll be sticking out about that much.
this much. So this one's going to be a pretty plain Jane. I'm just going to go straight up to here pretty much. But we are going to steepen the angle a bit.
But yeah, Cece, where'd you go?
I thought I've seen you here before and it bothered me. I'm going to have to go back and figure it out.
Toothbrush, really handy tool.
Because you don't want to put your hand near that. Maybe we should make this taper even more drastic, huh?
Don't want to make it too steep because then it'll have to flare back out. We don't want that. So between here and the end, I need to make it look right.
So, challenge accepted.
And then again, the wall thickness on the outer here is a little too big for what we want it to be. So will this shape still do what I wanted it to? Hey, maybe? No. No, that's not gonna...
Is that even? No, that's right. Come on.
Okay, here we go. Quick fix. Quick fix, here we go.
I'm gonna create a little bevel right here.
There we go. Hopefully that'll be good enough. Now it'll have a little bit more surface contact. Hey, look at that. That worked nicely. Yep. Perfect. Okay, so I took it down to about here. This is the lowest point that I want to first. I'm going to trim this back a little bit. Go. Perfect. We're going to clear that out. Sorry you had to look at the back of my head like that. Okay, this is what I was talking about blending.
Made it quite skinny, but we can still do it.
Alright, well that's not smoothing it like I hoped. So we're going to drop the speed way down. And the way that I know what side that I'm going to use is this is the more coarse side. And if I feel a decent amount of the chatter, I am going to start with the more coarse side. And then I'll switch to smoothing it at the end.
Nice and controlled.
Nice, much nicer.
And then we'll use the smoothing side, or the not as coarse side.
It's probably, if I had to guess what grit this was, it probably said it when I got it, but I don't remember. But it's probably like a 240 or something like that on one side, maybe a 150 on one side, and then maybe a 4 or so, 4 or 6 on the other. I mean, it's obviously not sandpaper, so it's not a grit, but it is comparable to those things. So. Okay.
This is also one of the problems about those glitters that don't like to
Cut very well. Now it could also be because my tool's getting a little bit dull. My carbide probably makes it on one side. I can probably get around 100 different things that, turned or so per side of the carbide. So I'll rotate and probably get another at least 75 different things turned. Something else that I haven't mentioned in a little bit is you see that the carbide that I'm using is like kind of bronze looking, or I guess brass, huh?
If that was all polished up, would that be?
Okay, it looks like brass or bronze, right? You can see it. The most of the cutters I use are like this. They're the silver ones. And this is actually a brand new container of them. But yeah. I got the regular silver, but I tried this one. It has the coating, or it has a coating that supposedly is going to make it last longer. But I'll be honest, I haven't really noticed a difference as far as how long they last. Because we've got this whole thing and then one silver one there. But yeah, this is a Easy Wood Tools handle, right? And it's got the CI3 and that's the size of the cutter, but it's about 12 millimeters by 2, 12.5 by 2, something like that. You can measure it and then determine if it would work, but it works. So, for the price of one Easy Wood Tool carbide cutter, I get 10. And the reason is because I'm using, these are actually for like planers. It just also fits. How long do the bits last me? Are you talking, hey Joey, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. I'm John. Sammy, sorry. How long do the bits last me? I'm assuming that you're talking about the drill bits. Correct me if I'm wrong. But the drill bits last me a long time, and the only real thing that I need to do is sharpen them back up. If you have a 3D printer, you can print a jig that you would be able to use on your grinder, or there's another jig that you can use that'll set the angle if you wanted to use like a belt sander too. So, so the drill bits last until you can't drill deep enough, I guess. I've been doing it for about 5 years, and I have not sharpened or I haven't needed to buy other ones really. Yeah, man, pretty cool, right? I didn't either. To be honest, it didn't cross my mind. But you can also sharpen the carbide. If you didn't know, you would just get a diamond plate like this, but I don't. So these are all. Let me show you. This is. These are my carbides that I've used. All of these are used. I could sharpen all of these and then be able to use them again, but like I said, these are about 20 bucks. No, the carbide lasts me close to 100. One side. So the cutting edge is basically from here to here. Here, let me show you. The cutting edge that you typically use is about here to here, and this is the cutting edge basically. So that's basically the cutting edge that you use for the most part, and then after a while, once you start feeling like it's not cutting as well, you can turn it around, and then you can get like, you know, you basically get a fresh carbide insert on the other side, which is pretty neat too. But yeah, this is a diamond card. I think it's a 600 grit. Yeah, it's a 600 grit diamond card here that you'll put like honing oil on it, or you can spit on it. It doesn't really matter. It just needs to be wet, because you do not want carbide dust. You don't want to breathe that. So wet sanding is the only, or wet honing is the only way to go with that.
or don't do it at all. Because you're not going to get them as sharp as they did, probably, unless you're a sharpening stud, I guess. Which I don't even know, because all those that I just showed you, those are used ones that I just didn't sharpen yet. One of these days I'll spend a long time and sharpen all of them. But yeah, a lot of people think that turning is super expensive, and it can be. So the blanks, let's see, about $1,500 is how much I spent to get like everything that I needed to make plates, bowls, pins, some pin kits. But now I have stuff that I don't even really use. And I also have high-speed steel that I don't use because I think that carbide is good for plastics, basically, and obviously metal, but I don't turn metal. And then high-speed steel is good for high-speed steel for wood. My goodness. Let's see. I started reading your comments. Sorry, I got sidetracked. Out of interest, PPE. That is a great question. So I got my little disclaimer down at the bottom. You're kind of responsible for your own safety, but it's a good question. That was initially a concern. The dust collector pulls it for the most part. If I catch a whiff of it, it means that I need to empty my dust collector. And that's not necessarily the greatest metric, but if it's not taking the noodles, or if it's so this is some of the other stuff that I just turned already, right? But it does a good job collecting the dust. It does a pretty good job extracting the noodles. And then we also have an atmospheric monitor that will tell you your, it'll show you the, what is it? It'll show you the air quality, the AQI, air quality index. And that includes the different particles. So it's done in parts per million. So it'll show you the 2.5 and it'll show you the 10 parts per million. There we go. So if that was a concern of yours, I highly recommend getting an atmospheric monitor and then determining what it is that you wanted to do. So you can, I just turned it on, so it might take a second. So we have the temperature, the humidity, the volatile organic compounds. Is that the total VOCs? The HCHO, I don't even know what that is. But here's the parts of the particles. So when you're thinking about that stuff, obviously you don't want to breathe it, right? But I think about it from a comfort thing as well. So we're in this is basically the two things that I look at. It's the particles. And between 0 and 35 and 0 and 60 for the 2.5, which is actually I'm pretty sure it's the microns. So
extremely fine dust. You can see that it's, yeah, it'll show you that. There's 6 and 7. So, to answer your question, no, I don't really worry about that. Because of what I have done to mitigate that. Now, I vacuum when I'm turning on my metal lathe because I don't have a collection, and I also hate the mess that it makes because I pretty much never do one thing. Let's see. Now, with wood, I do. I wear a respirator when I'm turning wood. And that's because I find that wood goes everywhere. It's not as controlled, like coming straight from the cut spot like resin does. So I always mask up. Even when I'm running the dust collector, I'll mask up when I got wood, or when I'm turning wood, not when I've got wood. I do other things when that happens, but you know what I mean. Yeah, the monitor is pretty cool, and I actually got it because we were like I don't know, maybe a year or so in there, and then I was like, it's not till later sometimes when you look back and you're like, oops, that was stupid. Well, I'm glad I didn't do that for a long time. But I used to be in the garage turning like cedar, and I wore a mask, but I didn't wear a respirator at the time. And when you turn different types of wood, some of them have fungus in them, and that's called spalted wood. Here's an example right here. So this piece right here, this is actually just from a tree that I cut. But this black stuff is a fungus, and you don't want that going into your lungs. So yeah, I'll be more thorough, especially when I'm turning something that has something like this in it. But the effect that you get out of it is really, really cool. Like you have a nice light colored wood, and then you got, you know, the pattern of the fungus going through it, and that's called spalted, by the way. And not all wood that you can use gets that, especially the contrast that you can get from a much lighter colored wood too. So. Oh, Lamu. I'm sorry. I don't know how to say it. But hello, how are you doing? What's up? Hey man, that's what I'm here for. That is the purpose of what I'm doing. I want people to not be too intimidated. And then my intent is to lower the barrier for people that want to make pins, you know. There was not many resources available when I started off. However, RJB, Bob from RJB is a good resource on YouTube. And you also have Sean from Worth the Effort. They don't know I'm giving them a shout out, by the way. So if you do happen to go check them out, you can tell them I send them. I did meet Bob when I went to the Turner's Expo. So that was pretty cool. But yeah,
I do my best to. I want to make sure that, you know, every stream I'm offering enough value to justify people being there, you know. And I've already shared some ideas for six-figure businesses. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. You know what I'm saying? Hey there, how you doing? Eloy. I'm sorry. Y'all have. There are some names that are doozies. So I apologize if I mispronounce them. Not my intent. I just want to greet you when you come in. If you greet me, you know? Other than that, I don't even know that you came in. This one would not let me turn it in the middle, so I have to do a little bit more rough sanding there. But if you like sanding, man, turning's the right... Just kidding. But yeah, if you absolutely hate sanding, you're gonna have to hire somebody, because you're gonna end up doing it quite a bit. And also, let me finish the wooden stuff up too. Because wood comes from all different areas, like especially exotic type of wood, right? So where I am, what we consider exotic wood is not necessarily what you would consider exotic wood, and that means a lot of different things. But ultimately, our body has not been exposed to that, and it can cause a lot of irritation either in your throat. It can make your throat scratchy, or it can make you very itchy. Some people have weird reactions to it. So some people completely avoid some types of wood altogether because of what it does to them. So but this will be the last one. I'm being summoned. I've got dinner. So it's been a good, I think this is my longest stream I've ever done. I'm still feeling pretty good. I would continue, but, you know. Gotta go fuel back up, you know. Gotta go feed the machine. But that is a nice one right there, yep. I like that. Let me go ahead and do my little outro thingy here. This will work. But yeah, I have a 1 horsepower dust collector, and I named it Morty. And it is very good at its job. There we go. There's my little AC unit right there. Pretty soon I'll be changing over to the heater, which is on the wall over there. But yeah, man, that's a good stream right there. Woo! Good 8.5 hour stream. So yeah, the first like hour was just chatting about all kinds of different things, and then the parallel pin, and showing you a little bit about the nib that the parallel pin has and stuff like that. So pretty cool stuff.
I like the parallel pin. I think it's quite fun. But yeah, I really appreciate y'all being here, and thank you very much. I'll probably stream again tomorrow. So if that's something that you're interested in, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. If not, that's all right too. But yeah, if you could on your way out, hit that like button, and I will see you next time. Great listening, working. I'll be going to bed shortly. Hey, right on, Sammy. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate you. But yeah, I hope you have a wonderful day, and yes, indeed, I will see you. Well, have a good night, I mean, because you're about to go to bed. But yeah. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good one, and I will see you next time.